dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
Paleo dance, Dino dance,
Exactly.
Paleo dance,
And I
Dino
certainly
dance,
wouldn't want
Paleo
our
dance.
species to end the same way.
Dur.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here today. Happy Thursday. It is our final stream of the week. And there's a slight chance this will be our final stream until I'm out doing fieldwork in Wyoming. We'll have to see. Busy over the next few days. Getting ready to go out and dig up dinosaurs with the crew out in Wyoming. But we'll be streaming as close to every day as is possible for the whole month of June. So we've got a lot of exciting streams coming up. Anyway, if anybody's here for the very first time, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. That can be anything from fossil fungi to fossil giraffes, from fossil bacteria to fossil redwood trees. I happen to study dinosaurs, though. Paleontology isn't just dinosaurs. That's an archetype that I want to fight against, a stereotype I want to combat, but I do work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in scientific journals. They're also what I dig up during the summer, what I excavate and collect for various museums. So you'll be witnessing that live on stream in a little over a week's time now. We're leaving on May 30th as departure day for the field. I might even do a stream that evening. We'll see. Might even do a stream that day from a little museum display in Wyoming. We'll see what's possible. Anyway, here on Twitch, I stream 4 days a week when I'm here in my office, and usually 7 days a week when I'm out in the field. FN Tire Guy, hey!
FN
Thanks for the raid.
The 34 raiders came here to experience poultry in motion.
Welcome, FN Tire Guy. How was your stream? I hope it was really good.
This program, all those questions will be answered.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. Taylor Brenz, rather. Thanks for the follow. How are you? Welcome. Everybody, my name is Danny. I'm a paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. I'm here to share my passion and my scientific field with all of you. This is the best way I know for doing science outreach. Whether it's going over new scientific publications, or doing Q&A here from the office, or whether it's digging up fossils live on stream like I'll be doing next week in Wyoming. Feel free to ask whatever questions you might have, and yeah, let's do some paleontologizing. How was your stream, FN Tire Guy? I hope it was real good.
You're not going to believe this,
What is it?
but I'm turning into
What?
Whoa, 25
a
months?
dinosaur.
That's almost 2 years.
Dr. Irrefutable, thank you so much for the 25 months of support. Really appreciate that. And we've got... Oh boy, my landlords are hassling me right now. Look at them. My goodness, we've got 2 of them here right now. 2 landlords. Mini Pie and Sweetie Pie over here. Holy moly, I don't even know what to say. Look, I've got the money, I promise. You know? Here, I can even get it for you right now. Guplopods says Lordy, yeah. Oh. Look, Minnie, please, be patient. You know, I've got the money. I've got it. I'll get it to you, okay? Here, I'll get it right now. Does that sound good? Yeah? Okay. Here. Look at that. I got some for you too, Sweetie Pie. Is that enough? Will that be okay for now? What do you think? What? Is that not enough for you, Sweetie Pie? What? I don't know what else I can give you. You know? I know you wanted next month's rent early, and I've been trying to do that, you know? But this is all I've got for right now. There you go, Lenina, yeah. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. We're gonna have a game of Who Wants to be a Paleontologist, which is a lot like Who Wants to be a Millionaire, except you don't win any money. Paleontology's not about money, you know? So, we'll be doing that later. Cross your fingers it works this time. I tested it before stream, so again, let's hope it works. I just set up a whole new account and write all the new anyway, yeah. Same questions, but a lot of work. Hopefully, it pays off. And then we're gonna have Thursday Birds Day later, where viewers have submitted pictures of birds that they've encountered during the week to the Discord, and we'll be taking a look at those bird pictures. So, yeah. Every day is Thursday Birds Day for the cats here. There's all kinds of birds outside the window that they love to watch. And, Sweetie Pie, you haven't even touched the treats. What do you think? Are you gonna eat those? If you don't, Mini Pie will. You better go after him, huh? Anywho, good stuff. And Iacane says, $1 million question, if birds are dinosaurs, are you a fish? Iacane, yes. In fact, dinosaurs are fish, too. As are birds. All vertebrate animals, essentially, are fish. Because all vertebrate animals evolved from an ancestor that was a fish. Not just the fish, but also amphibians, reptiles, and mammals are all, strictly speaking, fish. Here. Show you on our Tree of Life here. Oh, see you later, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Let's go to Tetrapoda, the tetrapods, which are land-living animals with bones. At least ancestrally, they're land-living. They came up onto the land. So tetrapods include all of the amphibians, and the reptiles, and the mammals. When I say reptiles, that includes birds, by the way. Birds are a kind of dinosaur, which are a kind of reptile. So tetrapods are all of the amphibians, reptiles, and birds. Tetrapods are a kind of dipnotetrapodomorph, which are a kind of lobe-finned fish. This clade here is lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. Sarcopterygii is the name of the clade, so all of these critters are Sarcopterygians. You have lobe-finned fishes like coelacanths here, and then even closer to the tetrapods, this clade Dipnotetrapodomorpha, this is lungfishes and tetrapods. So lungfishes right here are more closely related to you and me than they are to other kinds of fish like goldfish or tuna or trout or swordfish or whatever. Lungfishes are practically tetrapods. So this whole group, Tetrapoda, all of the tetrapods, there we go, tetrapods, these are all descended from fish, and thus they are fish, phylogenetically speaking. They are a kind of fish. Each one of these animals, from frogs to echidnas to gulls, they're all fish. Or is that a tern? Sorry, that's a tern. From frogs to echidnas to terns. We talk about this sort of thing a lot on this channel. Talk about how the study of fossils, the study of the history of life on Earth, gives us insight that we wouldn't otherwise have. So yeah. But yeah. Try to tune in here and there. It sounds good, Halle Berry. Hey, good to see you, by the way. Yeah. And Das Fuster says, I thought we were Stardust. I mean, we are. In the sense that all of the elements that we are comprised of, including carbon, the big one, with the 6 protons, all of those elements were cooked up inside of ancient stars. At first, there was only what? Hydrogen, and then hydrogen and helium, and then all of the other elements basically had to be fused together inside of ancient stars. It's cool to think about, you know? Anyhow, what do you think, Mini Pie? What are your views on the matter? And is it Biodiversity Day today? Interesting, Ms. Rules. Okay, very nice. Good stuff. Oh, Mini Pie. Do you want some more treats? Is that why you're here? You got some gunk on your face. Can I get that for you? No? Okay, she didn't want that. I'm sorry. I'm not as good at this as Lordy is. You want some more treats? All right. Oh, and Real Stev51 asks, what are the skulls in frame? Well, shoot, some of them are obscured by a cat right now, but we've got Majungasaurus right here from Madagascar. There's a skull there on our Archaeopteryx, and then there's Plateosaurus right there. All of these are 3D printed. We look at a lot of real fossils on stream too, but that's usually in museums, because as we say around here,
It belongs in a museum!
my office is not a museum, at least not at the moment, and so the fossils we have on display are 3D prints. I do a lot of 3D printing on this channel, including right now. We're currently 3D printing a life-size leatherback turtle hatchling, which is almost done. I might be printing another one today too, just for fun. But yeah, good stuff. Anyhow, Mini Pie here wants more treats. She demands it. So let's get that for her. Huh? What do you think, Mini? Like that idea? Some more for you. Look at all this. So many. Has she been sassy today? I don't know. I've not seen much of Mini Pie today. I've been very busy. Not just working on that T-Rex skull that I need to get delivered ASAP before I leave for the field, but also I spent the better part of 3 hours today on the phone with insurance companies and with dentist offices trying to schedule my first dentist appointment in like a decade. The last 2 times that I tried this, I got a call the morning of my appointment saying, oh yeah, just kidding. By the way, we won't take your insurance. So cross your fingers that my appointment tomorrow actually works. Because yeah, you know, as mammals, Mini Pie and me, And you, presumably, we gotta take care of our teeth, because we only get one set of adult teeth. Unlike dinosaurs, which, those species that had teeth, which is most of them during the Mesozoic anyway. There are no dinosaur species today that still have teeth. All the birds are toothless. Yeah. Dinosaurs, of course, had constantly replacing teeth. Here we go.
But the finds he's made, including
My old
more
boss, Jack
T-Rexes
Horner.
than anyone else in the world, make him a legend.
So you can tell me what these are.
Oh my gosh. Are these teeth?
Yes.
Look at that. And not just any teeth, the teeth of the oldest T-Rex ever found.
Yep.
This little pocket right here in the teeth
Yeah.
is where the next tooth sits. Dinosaurs replaced their teeth throughout their life, and T-Rex replaced all of their teeth every year. Here you can
Yeah.
see the jaw.
Pretty cool stuff. This is typical for animals with teeth. I was talking about this with Belit, actually, from Science Streams on the phone, like, an hour ago. We, as mammals, are the odd ones out where we don't replace our teeth throughout our lives. We get 2 sets, and then we're done. So there was a trade-off in the early evolution of mammals, it seems. That rather than having just an endless supply of teeth during our lifetimes, instead we only get 2 sets, but those 2 sets of teeth are really high quality. And they, at least they're supposed to, occlude very precisely. So dentists would go nuts if we could do that, says Lesnar. I mean, we wouldn't need dentists in the way that we do. There. Let's see if I can find that clip here. I know we've watched it before, but it's always worth refreshing. Oh. Talking about teeth. So this is what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, is going to the dentist. Yeah.
Over millions of years, back teeth would also become more specialized. They developed extra ridges called cusps for chewing food, allowing more efficient digestion and more energy for chasing prey.
Speaking of energy, I'm going to
These
go get a
ancient
snack.
innovations were the precursors to the molars we have in our mouths today.
Got a mouth of molars. Couldn't eat the apple. Mouth of incisors. I couldn't eat the whatever you call this. It's good, by the way.
Guava roll.
Guava roll. Thank you for having molars, because I'm glad I could do this one.
You know, but the humble tooth is very important for our lives today. Every time you bite into an apple, right, that is a very complex behavior. Our front of our teeth, the incisors, bite into that apple, and they do so in almost a perfect way. The teeth occlude in a very fixed pattern, a very precise pattern. We take for granted how we rely on precise tooth-to-tooth occlusion, except when things go wrong, except when we crack a tooth or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, good look at you, Neil, and make sure everything is where it's supposed to be. And there's
It's gonna
nothing
be me
in
tomorrow.
here that isn't supposed to be.
Wonderfully complex teeth might allow us to have a great bite, but it's come at a price.
So it's a trade-off, like everything is.
You know, one of the things that's interesting to think about is, you know, the consequences of the reptile-mammal transition are the fact that we need dentists. It's really
Thank
true. You're right. Thanks. Thank you, South African fossils.
Thank you very much.
I mean, reptiles don't need dentists, right? Because they're producing lots of teeth throughout their lives. You know, boom, 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 and they produce them, they're out of there.
Most reptiles, like the snake, grow multiple sets of teeth in their lifetime. there's a constant stream of new teeth erupting in their mouths. But after we lose our baby teeth, we're left with one adult set to last us the rest of our lives.
Yep, gotta take care of them.
This may not seem like the best of strategies, but there is a plus side. It allows us to develop our very precise bite.
If you're continually replacing your teeth, right? I mean, I think it would be hard to get that, you know, micron scale occlusion, which is so really important to us.
You're right. When we lose a tooth, the changes that occur to compensate for the loss of that tooth and the space that it held has a profound effect on our occlusions.
The reason our rows of teeth match up so precisely is that our ancestors reduced the number of sets that they produced.
Yep.
We've made up for that by strengthening our teeth with extra roots and thick enamel to help them last a lifetime, along with a little help from our dentists.
That's
a lot of help.
I'll have
for
to
some
take
of
better
us.
look when I go to the
Go to the
zoo
zoo.
with my kids. The reptile house is not my favorite place.
Yeah,
to go,
it's
so
not
I would
everybody's.
like them in the form you find them.
You're dead?
Yeah, dead 200 million years.
Anywho, good stuff.
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
Wasn't it a meteor?
They're all meat eaters. Meteor.
Dyson Dinosaur and their 7 raiders are all meat eaters too.
Dyson Dinosaur. Ornithischian meat eaters here, I guess. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How was your stream, Filippo? I hope it was really good. If anyone was here before the raid is not yet following Dyson Dinosaur, you're missing out. So Dyson Dinosaur is a fellow paleontologist. He works on ornithischian dinosaurs, the beaky bird-hipped dinosaurs that didn't give rise to birds. Long story. But, and he works on pathologies in these animals. Injuries they sustained during their lifetimes that can tell us about what they were doing while they were alive. So if you're not following him, you're missing out. He also does, like, tabletop role-playing games. Did I get that correct? He often streams in Italian during the week, but on the weekends he'll do English language fossil science streams. So check him out for that, especially since I don't stream on the weekends normally. I will be when I'm in the field, but yeah. Anyway, Filippo, I hope you had a wonderful stream. It's good to have you. Almost rage quitting the cowboy dinosaur video game. Did they make a Valley of Gwangi video game? Oh man. One of the more underrated underrated movies, let me say. Sorry. Yeah, the Valley of Gwangi. Holy cow.
Stop and listen.
What you are about to see has never been seen before by human eyes.
What was that name? Again?
The Valley of Gwangi. Amazing creatures. The beasts seen for the first time in the life of man. James Franciscus, Gila Golan, Richard Carlson, and Gwangi the Great.
Yeah.
The world will never be the same again. The Valley of Gwangi. This picture has been rated G.
Good stuff. Has nobody seen that movie before? It's one of my favorites. Not when I was a kid, but when I was in like high school. No. Good stuff. Yeah. And Charcone says they've grown 3rd generation teeth in ferrets, mice, and dogs. Really? In the middle of human trials for safety for the medicine. I did not hear about that. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah, let's see. Chaotic Time Traveler wants to know, got any tips for using the Polycam app? Oh, for photogrammetry? I'm going to get permission to use it during the dig. If you're going to be using it outdoors, Chaotic Time Traveler, the best time to do it is when it's a little bit cloudy outside, when you've got really diffuse light. So when you've got like direct sunlight at high angles, or low angles especially, it can be pretty bad. When you've got nice, soft, diffuse light, that's the best kind of lighting for doing photogrammetry. That's the best tip I can think of right now. Trixie Horse says, Danny, I never asked, what are your thoughts on ARC? Oh, it's a really, you mean, really, really widely used program. If you can learn how to use ArcGIS, holy moly, it will get you a job, potentially. There's so many different jobs that use this geographic information software program. It is, that's the best piece of advice that I can give to somebody who's looking to get a job in the geosciences, or if you're looking for some extra skill that you can learn that will make you much more employable, that'll pay your bills, learn how to use ArcGIS. Absolutely invaluable. From everything from data gathering in the field, whether you're like a research scientist or something, or if you work for a planning department, or
many more dinosaurs
work for a
waiting
city.
to be discovered. Many new mysteries waiting to be pondered.
Sarabi Fire, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So yeah, ArcGIS is it's prohibitively expensive to purchase, but it is like the gold standard for geographic information software. ArcGIS intro. Yeah.
Businesses are capturing vast quantities of data with the end goal of giving you more of what you want, when and where you need it.
Fire-breathing rubber ducky says, I used it while working for a surveying company. See, there you go. This is extraordinarily important stuff. This is not a commercial for ArcGIS. Eventually, somebody will come up with like an open source alternative for this, and I think that will be really widely adopted. But for right now, this software company, ESRI, they basically hold a monopoly on this kind of software, you know?
Whether that business is retail, government...
Oh, there we go. So this is news to me. QGIS is free and used all over Europe. Let's take a look at that, Awkward Cyborg. QGIS intro. Let's see.
So why?
Oh, we've looked at this before, I guess.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alex Foster, and I work
Hi,
as
Alex
data
Foster.
analyst at Statistics Canada. As the first video in our series, today I'll introduce what Geographic Information Systems, or GIS for short, are, discuss their relevance and their potential integration in your areas of work and expertise.
So, you know, this, to be like an earth scientist or somebody who works in GIS or something like that, you don't necessarily have to be like a really swashbuckling, outdoorsy kind of person. You might be an indoor kid. It's the impression I'm getting from this guy. And you know what? That's cool. I bet you some of the people watching right now are very much indoor kids, and that's fine.
There are two items to cover. The first is some definitions and applications of GIS using spatial data, and the second is to contextualize.
Anywho, let's take a look at the software
and render it within GIS. So if you
anyway, the point is, this is essentially like a freeware version of ArcGIS. I think the other video might be a little bit better produced. ArcGIS intro. There we go. So it's map making software, but
Public
it's more than
safety
just that.
or healthcare. Every industry under the sun benefits from location data and analysis.
Yep.
And ArcGIS is the location platform. It lets you do more with your data and deliver better outcomes. Businesses can see exactly where customers live to determine where to open stores and distribute products. Government agencies can show taxpayers where and how money is spent. Firefighters can access a digital floor plan while responding to a call.
And Sarabi Fire says, as someone who's trained as a paleo person, very cool, Sarabi Fire. Can confirm the indoorsy people also do the degree. Yes, Yeah. Like I've said many, many times, there are about as many different ways to be a paleontologist as there are different paleontologists. It's a very diverse field. There's so many different ways that you can study the history of life on Earth using fossils as a tool, and not all of them involve actually going out there into the field, out into the deserts and badlands and digging up fossils. Although that is something that I do. I kind of live for that. He called it
an iguanodon.
Welcome, Jake Studs, to Paleontologizing. Thanks for the follow. We'll be out in the field for the entire month of June, live streaming almost every day, as close as I can get to every day, weather and technology permitting. And yeah, and then for much of July and August and maybe September, I'll be out in the field too, showing you what it's like to actually dig fossils in the field, collect data, live out there in the wilderness, all this stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun out there in the remote badlands of Wyoming and Utah. Looking forward to it. I leave early next week.
Hospitals determine demand for new vaccines or make sense of sudden outbreaks. This is possible because every information
I
system,
did see that.
desktop
Very
solution,
nice.
or mobile
Vibrating
app
rubber ducky.
can take
Nice.
advantage of location. ArcGIS fits them all. BI, CRM, SAP,
Anyway, all of this is alphabet soup here. You know, all of these different letters. Anyway, ArcGIS, all of this stuff, ArcGIS, QGIS, geographic informational software is extraordinarily important. And if you're somebody who you have an interest in paleontology or geology or ecology, conservation, whatever, this is a good skill set to have. In fact, I've told myself this is one of those things I'm going to brush up on when I have time, and I just haven't had any time. But it's one of those things that I'm going to need to become proficient in again at some point. Hello, Sweetie Pie, you're back. What are you doing, sweetie? She just wants attention, I think. I already gave you some treats, and you didn't seem that interested in them. Yeah. I do not have an ArcGIS personal license. Flask, do I look like a millionaire to you? I don't have a personal license for ArcGIS. Yeah, it's good to see you, Flask. I hope you're doing well. How are things? Welcome back. It's been a while. It's $100 a year? No, I thought it was like $6,000 a year. Huh. Yeah. A personal license is $100 a year? I should just get that then. That's not that much. In the grand scheme of things. I could save up for that. Save up some nickels and dimes. But anyway, Trixie Horses, I'm definitely going to look into QGIS. Yeah, it's... especially if you're the kind of person who appreciates maps, cartography, what goes into it, it's, I think you get a lot out of it. Yeah, being able to make your own custom maps is really, really cool. And being able to import all kinds of different data sets and just have it populate on the map, it's a good feeling. It's really cool. I took some GIS classes in undergrad, and it was eye-opening. It was funny. On the first day, the professor said, well, people will tell you that this class is just a software training program. You're just learning how to use this ArcGIS software. But no, it's so much more than that. It's not just software. It was mostly software training. That's mostly what it was. But, that's what we were graded on, at least. But it was cool. I think these skill sets, this knowledge is really important. And I encourage people to get into it. If you want to make yourself employable, learn how to use GIS software. Because there's so many different careers that use that nowadays. People in lots of different fields will tell you that. Whether you're working in city planning, whether you're working in environmental protection, whether you're working in paleontology, or wildlife conservation, or working for a firefighting department, or in sales for a company or whatever, these are skills that will be valuable to you, and they can get you hired. Like that can, learning that sort of program like that could be your ticket to having a steady career, being a homeowner, all of that stuff. So, really, really encourage that. That's like maybe some of the most solid advice I could give you. Anywho, yeah. It's the non-commercial use. It's lower on the page. It says under special. Interesting. Okay. I feel like when I was taking this class, the individual licenses were like multiple thousands of dollars a year. Maybe they've had to lower that now that there's freeware alternatives like QGIS. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Yeah. Anyhow. And there's someone here on Twitch that streams map making? Is that right, Mizard Rules? That's cool. Yeah. Anyway. Welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. What was I saying earlier? We're gonna have a game of Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist in a little bit. And then we'll be doing Thursday Birds Day toward the end of stream. But if anybody's got any other questions about fossil science, about the history of life on Earth, about extinction and evolution, and maybe the philosophy of science itself, if you've got questions about any of that stuff, don't hesitate to ask. Let's have a conversation. And Hibiscus says, I know you're a fan of... Oh boy. I mean, I've never worked on troodontids, but we talk about them sometimes, Gay Hibiscus. And Spinosaurids in general. Yeah, I work on Spinosaurids. What are some pre-dinosaur and Mesozoic non-dinosaur organisms that you really like or are interested in?
What you doing?
I've always been fascinated by marine reptiles. Elasmosaurs in particular.
Dirter.
These guys, these super long-necked, four-flippered marine reptiles, I think they're incredibly cool. And I got to hang out with some, with a marine reptile researcher last summer, Takuya Konishi from Cincinnati. And that was really cool being able to talk to him about these guys, and about mosasaurs, and short-necked plesiosaurs, and ichthyosaurs, and all those guys. So I've always been fascinated by the Mesozoic marine reptiles. These guys are just super, super cool. Yeah. I also find sea turtles pretty fascinating too, especially recently. That's kind of my new obsession is leatherback turtles, and we'll be talking more about them in future streams as well. And then in terms of like Cenozoic critters, big flightless birds, things like Gastornis, aka Diatryma, things like the terror birds, I've always found them really fascinating. And then on the mammal side of things, I think tapirs are really cool. Big fan of tapirs, as we were talking about on International Tapir Day, which is what, April 27th, I think? And then ground sloths. I find ground sloths really fascinating as well. But yeah, some of my favorite Cenozoic critters are those guys. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, Hibiscus says that disproportionately long neck is just wild. It's just bonkers, you know? These guys have the most cervical vertebrae, the most bones in the neck of any animal that has ever lived. I think the record belongs to Albertonectes. There we go. Named for Alberta, Canada. It's 76 vertebrae in the neck, if memory serves. 76. 76 neck vertebrae. Just bonkers. It's nuts. So estimated about 12 meters long, 39 feet long from tip to tail. Yeah. Where's our cervical vertebra count? Albertonectes is also unique among other elasmosaurs in having 76 neck vertebrae. You know how many neck vertebrae a giraffe has? Giraffes with their super long necks? How many vertebrae do they have in their neck? They have 7. Yeah, the same as us humans. Yes, indeed, Alexander Morrison and Charcone and Enditman did. Yep. Yeah. So giraffes have just 7 vertebrae in their necks. They're really elongate. But critters like Albertonectes, with their crazy long neck, so long it doesn't fit in the frame, they had 76 vertebrae in their necks. Just nuts, you know? Very cool stuff. Yeah. Anyhow. Dr. Irrefutable, the theory I came up with? Probably a hypothesis, but let's hear it, Dr. Irrefutable. When threatened muskox will form a circle with juvenile animals hiding in the middle. I wonder if certain dinosaur herbivores might have done the same. For instance, ceratopsians. What do you think? They very well might have. This is an idea that has been proposed before. I can show you. Got that in a book over here. Here we go. I think it's actually in the Zoo Books Dinosaurs book. So yeah, people have proposed this before. Right here, in fact. Yeah, classic art by Mark Hallett here. Where's the caption? Scientists sometimes find many skeletons of a single kind of plant-eating dinosaur in one place. This probably shows that some types of plant-eating dinosaurs gathered in groups to protect themselves from predators, in the ways many animals do today. Horned dinosaurs are probably herd animals, and they may have used their horns in the same way that musk oxen do today to fend off predators. So there's musk oxen forming a circle around their young, and here's Triceratops doing that, trying to fend off some marauding Tyrannosaurus. So yeah, it's definitely an idea that's been proposed before. Yeah. So yeah. And do elephants do that? I don't think they do, Jazzy Cat. I think elephants are generally, they're not in herds as large as musk oxen. And I think they're generally like large enough that they don't have to worry about predators that much. Like a single elephant can fend off a whole pride of lions easily. So I don't think elephants have ever been observed to do the same thing where they'll form a circle around their young. But I could be wrong, you know? If anybody has an example of that, you know, post it in the chat. But yeah. And Jodapalks, that's an L, right? Says, hi, greetings from Spain. Greetings to you from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I'm glad you're here. Jodapalks, welcome. About the unextinction of that giant wolf, ignoring moral aspects, that technique be applied to some dinosaurs, using which animals? Birds. So, Jodapalks, yeah, we talked about that when it came out, the whole de-extinction thing. I think it's very much overstated for the direwolf, or Anacyon dirus, but, that kind of method, it has been proposed for dinosaurs, and there are people that are working on that. The, what we call the Dino Chicken Project. In fact, it's in this same video right here.
DNA sequence will ever be fossil. Getting skin cells, sweat, even an occasional spilled beer on fossils. Jack is skeptical that the full dinosaur DNA sequence will ever be found. But that hasn't stopped him. He's come up with a whole new idea for his dream of making a dinosaur.
The best way is just to use a modern dinosaur, the chicken. Because evolution works, birds are actually carrying ancestral DNA.
Horner has written a book proposing a plan to mine that ancestral DNA as a way to reverse engineer a chicken into what he calls a dino chicken. It may seem improbable that this is carrying DNA from something like this, but when you think about it, birds, like the dinosaurs they evolved from, still walk on hind legs. Most have 3 toes pointing forward with one in the back, and they even all have wishbones.
So I actually have, well, I can find you another clip with Jack showing off a wishbone here.
And then all of a sudden we started finding them. Here is the wishbone of Tyrannosaurus rex.
Yep. And that's the actual furcula there, the fused clavicles in the middle of the chest of T-Rex. This is from the Pex Rex specimen, I believe. And then here is my 3D printed T-Rex wishbone right here. Actual size. So yeah. Birds are just a weird kind of theropod dinosaur. So the idea is that by turning some of the genes off and turning other ones on, you might be able to create something that looks superficially like a Mesozoic dinosaur. Yep. Yep. Anywho, this came out 14 years ago. We still don't have a dino chicken. It turns out the tail is far more difficult to get to lengthen than anybody realized. But, the idea is... you know, something that would look kind of like this. So, it is a chicken, but it's got a lengthened, bony tail. It's got claws on its hands, and it's got teeth in its mouth. This is actually a really nice piece of art there. I really like that. There's this too. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. I want 8 of them now. Please, thanks, says Jake Stats. Maybe one day we'll have them, but it's turned out to be a lot more difficult than anybody predicted. More recently, we've got Dana Rashid, who I think might still be leading the Dino Chicken project. Yeah, she's been working on this for a good while. And Joda Palk says, but do we have very, very little DNA or no DNA conserved from Dino? We have 0 none, nada, zilch DNA from Mesozoic dinosaurs. DNA doesn't last that long. It's a really fragile molecule. By 1 or 2 million years, it's completely gone, it seems. Let alone 66 million years, which is the age of the most recent non-avian dinosaurs. So, no DNA from any dinosaurs in the Mesozoic era, unfortunately.
Takes a really long time, not just for all of these changes to occur, but for them to be selected for and to spread throughout a population. What I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs. I've been working with Jack Horner on this project, the Dino Chicken Project, and it was indeed inspired by the Jurassic Park movies. Jack is famous for saying, "Why don't we turn a chicken into a dinosaur? Why not?" He surmised that we could learn a heck of a lot about dinosaur to bird evolution, and as usual, he was right. But there's a lot to study here, because we're looking at about 150 million years of evolutionary change between what is generally regarded as the first bird, Archaeopteryx, my favorite dinosaur, and say a modern chicken. Because there's a lot to study, we had to narrow it down. We decided to start with bird tail evolution.
Here we go.
In the Jurassic and Cretaceous, the most primitive birds had long, reptilian-like tails. But about 130 million years ago, the fossil record shows a sudden appearance of short-tailed birds. Long and short-tailed birds coexisted for a couple million years, but since then, all birds have had this modern tail configuration. There are fewer vertebrae in the tail, and the vertebrae at the end are all fused together into a structure called the pygostyle. This modern tail has been hugely advantageous for birds, with improvements to flight lift and aerodynamics, and concomitant changes in tail feathers likely impacted sexual selection.
Yep.
Female birds seem to think that male birds with striking tail feather displays are pretty shiny. So, how do we study bird tail evolution, or really any event that occurred millions of years ago? For this, we use a strategy called Evo-Devo.
Yeah, so essentially looking at how embryos develop as a clue for how these things evolved in the first place. Lenina gave you the link to that video in the chat. I recommend watching it if you're interested in this kind of thing. We're not going to dwell on it too much right here, but one of these days, we should bring Dana on as an interviewee on this channel. Maybe when I get back from the field. I think that'd be really cool. Try and get some updates on the Dino Chicken Project, how things are going, and what we've been able to learn. So yeah, and Grimwitch, as it turns out, amber is a terrible medium for preserving things like DNA. Because not only is it highly acidic, it tends to break things down, but it's also porous. So it's not like things actually get sealed in there and it's, you know, nothing gets out. Not only does stuff get altered on the inside, but things like DNA degrade really, really quickly in amber, apparently. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Do I think this project will have the intended outcome? I don't know, Alexander Morrison. That's a good question for Dana that we should ask her when we eventually do an interview. It turns out the tail has been really, really difficult to get to lengthen because that's associated with the immune system in the animal. Anyhow, I was going to use that as an idea for an original film franchise as Grimwitch. Where have I heard that before? Using prehistoric DNA to clone dinosaurs. Oh, that's right, here.
Now I finally have time to do what I've always wanted. Write the great American novel. Mine is about a futuristic amusement park where dinosaurs are brought to life through advanced cloning techniques. I call it Billy and the Clonosaurus.
Oh, you have got to be kidding, sir. First you think of an idea that has already been done, and then you give it a title that nobody could possibly like. Didn't you think this bestseller list for 18 months? Every magazine cover had it. Popular movies of all time, sir. What were you thinking? I mean, thank you. I'll come again.
That's right, it was Billy and the Clonosaurus. Yeah, that beloved franchise. But yeah. Yeah. And League says, did I miss the discussion about the dinosaur tail that got preserved in amber? What, from like 2006? Yeah, that was a good while ago, I think. Yeah. That's not what we were talking about here, but this is, when was that published? Let's see here. Here, this might be better right here.
A feathered dinosaur tail was found preserved in amber. The modern view on dinosaurs is that they did not truly become extinct. That's because birds are dinosaurs. We've seen fossil evidence of feathers on dinosaurs before, but this time...
I want to say that this, I know, I've been hearing rumors of this for long before 2016, but whatever.
Researchers have found a feathered dinosaur tail in amber. The study was just published in the journal Current Biology. A piece of amber was found in Myanmar. Researchers examined the sample with scanners to find out more. They believe the sample contains at least 8 full vertebrae and part of a 9th. So which dinosaur is this tail from? Well, the sample is thought to be from the mid-Cretaceous period. By examining its vertebral profile and estimated length, the dinosaur is believed to be a coelurosaur. Examples of coelurosaurs include tyrannosaurs and maniraptorans. By the way, maniraptorans include birds. Researchers also say this will provide an opportunity to document pristine feathers in direct association with a putative juvenile coelurosaur. Not only were feathers preserved, soft tissue is also present. The study says the tissue is visible through the plumage, but the tissues are reduced to a carbon film. That means what's inside won't exactly be like a perfect sample, but a lot of information will be able to be extrapolated from it. Some backstory on this amber sample: it was found by scientist Lida Zing at an amber market in Myanmar in 2015. The merchant thought that inside was probably leaves or something. However, Zing thought different and managed to obtain the amber through the Dexu Institute of Paleontology. For more information, check out cnet.com.
Anywho, yeah. The publication here is, here it is from 2016. The journal Current Biology, which is open access. There's a link right there. Open up the standard PDF. No paywall here.
Access granted.
There we go. Oh, Phil Curry is one of the authors, along with Lita Shing. Michael Benton, nice. We saw him in a video yesterday. Yeah, good stuff. So anyhow, there is presumably a CT scan of what the vertebrae actually look like. I would not be super shocked if it turns out to be a bird tail. There were a lot of long-tailed birds at the time. But they are saying here that it's probably a non-avian dinosaur. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Wyoming soon, says Ken. Yes, indeed. Holy cow. I'm excited. There's so many errands I have to run before I go out there. So just tomorrow alone, I have an 8 a.m. tire rotation appointment, 9 a.m. vehicle checkup, a haircut, and I've got to go to the dentist at 2 o'clock, and I've got to go run some errands. I've got to get new windshield wipers. I've got to pick up some other supplies here and there. And I have to finish painting and smoothing and sanding the Tyrannosaurus skull for delivery maybe first thing Monday morning. I got a lot going on. I got a lot going on. So yeah. Yep, working in the almond formation, Dr. Terry. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anyhow. Too bad you can't get dental work while at the barber, says Flask. I know, right? If only. And I only had to spend the better part of 3 hours today on the phone with the stupid dental insurance company and with various dental offices. And just trying to find somebody that'll take my insurance. So cross your fingers that they don't call me first thing in the morning like has happened 2 or 3 times so far, where they go, "Oh, hey, by the way, just kidding. We don't actually take your insurance. You should pay out of pocket or cancel your appointment." It's happened to me twice so far in the past year. Anyhow, yeah. Bring pennies if you want the other 2 from Dinosaur Ridge. Absolutely can, and you know those are already packed. Yeah, thank you. Oh boy. Anyhow, what am I doing on stream? I'm trying to make a living here, Dr. Irrefutable. That's how I pay the bills. We've got a game of Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist in just a little bit. We'll probably start that in about an hour, I'm guessing. And then we've also got Thursday Birthday to do. So yeah. Yeah. And Sarabi Fire says, I was fortunate enough to have Michael Benton as my university tutor. Well, that's so cool, Sarabi Fire. I met Mike Benton for the first time this past November at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting in Minneapolis. I never met him before, but I thanked him for writing some of the papers that I cited in my project that I presented on last year. The guy is prolific. He publishes a lot, and it's good stuff. Anyhow, Danny, yeah, there you go, Crimson Carnotaurus. Yeah. And this is interesting, Dr. Tara. I haven't heard about these yet. Huh. Machine learning classification of fossilized Pectinodon Bakeri teeth insights. Images, insights into troodontid theropod dinosaur morphology. Huh. Although the manual classification of microfossils is possible, it's not just possible, that's the way to do it. It can become burdensome. Oh boy. Machine learning offers an alternative that allows for automatic classification. I'm a little skeptical of this. Classifying images of Pectinodon Bakeri teeth. For use with many other species. Interesting. The model has an accuracy of 71%. That seems really low. But, interesting. I don't know. I'm always skeptical of anything that... Like, oh, here's computers doing their magic to solve a thing that... I don't know. It's really subjective to start with.
Well spent.
Charlie's Dragon, thank you for the 47 months. Now at tier 3. You heard correctly, Charlie's Dragon. Welcome back. Thank you for your ongoing support and your moderation work. I appreciate you more than you know, Charlie's Dragon. And Dr. Irrefutable, thank you for a Ko-Fi donation there. My goodness. Thank you. Dr. Irrefutable says, I thought about shipping you a 50-pound bag of black bean burgers, but I decided I would let you figure out what provisions you need for the field. Good luck out there. Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the support. That is very generous of you. And, that's excellent. That might pay for about half my fuel going out there to Wyoming. I appreciate it. That's phenomenal. Thank you for your generosity. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Paleo Ken says, that's a tier 3 there? It is indeed.
Oh, baby, it's triple! Oh, yeah!
Who's this? Devious E3, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Excellent. Yeah. Cacklin's Warp says, that sounds to me like swiping a wizard's tower's floors can get tiresome. Better enchant the broom to do the work for you. Yeah, what could go wrong? Cacklin's Warp, I like that a lot. That's a good analogy. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave says, whenever somebody says machine learning did, I'm always super skeptical given how often it just makes stuff up a lot of the time. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Should we do Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist sooner rather than later? Why not? You know? We don't have too much fossil news to cover. Let's just jump into it, shall we? Here we go. It's working so far. Excellent. Some of the questions got a little bit cut off, but that's okay. We can make it work. Without further ado, I guess, shoot, let's jump into a rollicking game of Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. Starting right now. Welcome to Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. We used to do this about once a week back in the day. We've not done a game of Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist in like a year and a half. So I'm excited to bring this back. We tried this last week and maybe the week before, a few weeks before that, it just didn't work. Cross your fingers it works this time. Here's the way that this works. We've got 10 different questions about things that we've talked about here on stream over the past few months. So if you've been paying attention and you've got good memory, you very well might know the answers to this. Feel free to look it up too. There's no rule against that. But yeah. I will read you the question. And there will be 4 different answers that you can choose from. A, B, C, and D, respectively. Type the letter of your answer into the chat. And we're going to kind of go on this based on a consensus. If we see a lot of C's in the chat, we'll go with C. If there's a lot of A's in the chat, we'll go with A. And if it's ambiguous, there's no clear consensus answer, then we'll run a poll. But this is a collective effort here. Everyone wins or loses together. questions will become increasingly difficult as we get closer to the $1 million. We'll be starting off at just $2,000. If everybody thinks they're ready, then well, let's go ahead and get into it. Our first question for $2,000 is as follows. Oh, hang on a second. That's it. There we go. And then where's our... Hang on, we're supposed to... Well, this is fine. That'll work for now. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Why do paleontologists make plaster and burlap field jackets around fossils? We'll be doing a lot of this in Wyoming. And you saw a lot of this, actually, when we were in St. George, Utah, just a few weeks ago. Maybe about a month ago at this point. Why do paleontologists make plaster and burlap field jackets around fossils? Is it A, instinct, B, for insurance purposes?
For knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
Gamer L007, thank you for the 31 months of support.
Paleo dance.
How are you doing, Gamer L? Welcome back. Good to see ya. Welcome to Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. I'm glad you're here. Hope you're doing okay. Why do paleontologists make plaster and burlap field jackets around fossils? Is it A, instinct, B, for insurance purposes, C, for visual distinction against surrounding rock, or D, to keep the specimens from crumbling? What do you think, chat? I'm seeing some D's here. Let's see. Be pretty funny instinct, says Musso. It seems like the general consensus here is D. Dinosaur Dave says secret answer E. They're fun to draw on. There you go. Yeah. D for dinosaurs, says Squirrel Gustavo. Well, if you are so sure, everybody. The answer is D, to keep the specimens from crumbling. Then we're going to go ahead and go with that. What do you think, chat? This is our final answer? Let's go for it. You are correct. Yes, indeed. We keep specimens from crumbling by using plaster field jackets. You're going to be seeing so much of this again this summer. Let me pull up a quick clip from St. George. This was... Oh, here, let's find an instance of that. There is Andrew Milner there. Let's find one of these jackets, shall we? Not have any jackets in this stream? That would be odd. Let's pick a different one. Using power tools like that rock saw, so that speeds up the process. You dig a trench around it, and then you jacket it. So you take burlap soaked in plaster of Paris and you make a protective cocoon, what we call a field jacket, around it like that, to protect it from the elements and keep everything together so it doesn't crumble.
There you go.
Yeah, you dig this trench around like that, you deepen the trench, and then you can get ready to flip it over. That's the flip. And that's what happened right here. Very nice. So, yeah, you flip it over so it's upside down like that. You pare away some of the rock. Just like over here. So, this is done to basically make the whole thing more lightweight. You're less likely to drop it. It's easier to carry. All that. Excellent thinning down here. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you bet. And after that, then we take more plaster and burlap and put a cap over it. And then it's fully enclosed and ready to bring back to storage or back to the museum. Some of these things will sit there for weeks or months or years potentially. Sometimes jackets will sit in storage for decades before they get opened. It happens. So it's good that everything is contained, you know, everything is enclosed, everything's intact like that, you know, if it's going to be spending a long time in storage. Anywho, I hope that makes sense. So well done, Chad. Well done. Are you ready for the next question? Moving up from $2,000 to $4,000. Let's get into it, shall we? For $4,000. What ancient environment is preserved at the St. George Dinosaur track site? Is it A, wind-blown desert sands? B, a fern and horsetail-dominated forest floor? C, the shoreline of a gargantuan inland lake? Or D, unknown? What do you think, chat? What kind of ancient environment does that fossil site represent? What is preserved there? I'm seeing a lot of C's in the chat. The shoreline of a gargantuan inland lake? Well, if you're so confident, chat, we'll go with that. Shoreline of a gargantuan inland lake. Is this our final answer? Let's say yes. And you are correct. There we go. $4,000 in your pocket now. Very well done, chat. Excellent. The St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site is indeed the shoreline of an ancient lake. You could probably scoot to where I was talking about this at the beginning of the street. The middle of the town here. The middle school over there, housing development, there's the museum, Taco Bell across the street, all that stuff. Here in the middle of the town, this is an incredible fossil site, recording a really cool years ago at the beginning of the Jurassic period. A particular spot right here is slated to be destroyed shortly. So we're here trying to dig up as many fossils as we can, collect as much data, do as much science as we can before the bulldozers roll in. We're told that April 30th will be our last day to work here. They've decided to move the construction site. It's all hands on deck trying to get this done. It's been a little bit frustrating, you know, having the weather kind of turn on us last night. Ton of rain. And let's find the word lake in the transcript so that I can show you rather than just tell you. Here we go. This environment here is a part of what we call ancient Lake Whitmore. And here is a diagram showing that right here. So this was an enormous freshwater lake right here, stretching from southern Utah into northern Arizona 200 million years ago. This lake was around for a long time. We're talking about hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. One of the Great Lakes, like maybe Lake Erie. And through this lake swam dinosaurs. Everybody loves to hear about the dinosaurs, including me. We've got footprints from them. We've got swim tracks, which show these dinosaurs kicking their feet along the muddy bottom of the lake, leaving these kind of streaky marks. I'll show you some of those if I remember later. Anyhow, good stuff. You get the idea. And with that, we'll move on to our next question. And that F1 tornado that went through, says Ken, it wasn't actually a tornado. That might be one of the questions later on. It might even be our next question. Are you ready for it, chat? Let's dive in. For $8,000... Not quite the next question. Why was the dinosaur Syntarsis renamed? Is it A, the original specimen turned out to be a crocodile relative, not a dinosaur? Is it B, that name was already taken by a beetle? Is it C, it turned out to be the juvenile of another dinosaur? Sorry, that got cut off. That's... At least it's working this time. Or is it D, the name lacked commercial appeal? What do you think, chat? Crocodile relative? Beetle preoccupation? Synonymy through ontogeny? Or lack of commercial appeal? What do you think? Syntarsis. I'm seeing a lot of B's in the chat. Sparky Pugwash says B for beetle. Does indeed start with the word B. Yeah.
Ontogeny.
Alexander Morrison says, ain't heir of any croc by that name, B. There you go. Well, if you're so sure, chat, I'm gonna go ahead and go with that. Is that your final answer? Everybody seems pretty confident. Let's go with it. You are correct. Well done. So indeed, the dinosaur Syntarsis, which is actually the one that you just saw in this video right here, this VOD from when we were in St. George. This dinosaur is now called Megapnosaurus. It's not quite a long story, but it is. Well, I'll show you. Megapnosaurus. It was originally given the name Syntarsis, but that name was later determined to be preoccupied by a beetle. The species was subsequently given a new name, Megapnosaurus, by Mike Ivey, Slapinski, and Wirgnowicz in 2001. Beetles are some of the most speciose of all clades of animal. Look at them on our Tree of Life. Coleoptera, the beetles. The beetles. So many species. There's how many species? On this tree alone, and this doesn't even have all of them, 283,406 species. I've heard it estimated that there's probably over 400,000 species of beetle in existence, which is bonkers. The one that, that preoccupied this name is Syntarsis. Nope, that's not it. Anyway, yeah. Beetles. Coleoptera, with about 400,000 described species, is the largest of all orders, constituting about 40% of described arthropods, and 25% of all known animal species are beetles. So sometimes a dinosaur will be given a name, and then it turns out, whoop, that name is already occupied by a beetle. It happens with regular frequency, it seems. So there you go. You were correct, chat. Well done. Name was already taken by a beetle. Are you ready for the next question? Question number 9 for $16,000. Of course you're ready. Let's jump into it here. How old is planet Earth? It's a venerable old question there. Is the answer A, exactly 6,029 years and 153 days? Is it B, about 4.54 million years? C, about 4.54 billion years? Or D, about 4.54 trillion years? What do you think? Little Pink Pony says, I can name all the Beatles. John, Paul, George, and Ringo. Little Pink Pony, you forgot everybody's favorite Beatle. Yoko. People are saying C, about 4.54 billion years. That seems to be the general consensus here for the age of our planet Earth. All right. Well, if you're so sure it's not exactly 6,029 years and 153 days, which happens to be what a lot of young Earth creationists seem to think. We're not going with the Bishop Usher chronology here. We're going to go with 4.54 billion years. Well, let's see. If that's our final answer. Let's check it. And of course, you're correct. How do we know the age of the Earth? It's, so we can find that sequence in here. And we can talk about it. There we go.
In the early Earth.
And turns out I've got to turn off that filter here. Bear with me for just a second. There we go.
Radioactive particles of uranium, thorium, and potassium were in huge abundance. The heat produced from the decay of these particles would keep the Earth extremely hot for an extremely long time.
Yep.
But although these particles confounded Kelvin's calculations, they would eventually prove the keys to unlocking the true age of the Earth. In the 20th century, rare particles of surviving radioactive uranium were collected together to create the first atomic weapons. But scientists had earlier found a different application, using the radioactive particles to accurately date the planet. In 1911, a gifted 21-year-old geology student, Arthur Holmes, used radiation to revolutionize our understanding of Earth history.
Radioactive isotopes.
After Holmes, geologists would talk in billions, not millions of years. Radiometric dating was simple in principle. It was based on the discovery that traces of the radioactive element uranium, found throughout the rocks of the Earth, decayed into another element, lead.
Yep, and this happens at a known rate.
trickling through an hourglass over hundreds of millions of years, and at a steady rate, a sample of radioactive uranium will decay to lead. By measuring the proportion of uranium to lead in crystals trapped in ancient rocks, Holmes could accurately calculate their ages.
There you go.
Collecting data from samples from all over the world would be a lifetime's work. But as Holmes grew older, so did the Earth.
A lot more rapidly.
Its calculated age extended first to 1, then 3, then finally to 4.5 billion years.
Yeah.
Today, 4.5 billion years is still the accepted age for the Earth.
And it's been tested with a number of other different methods, too, that all reach the same conclusion.
On this incredible scale is known to those in the business as deep time.
Yeah.
It's difficult to imagine how vast deep time is, but think of it this way. That's a grain of sand. If it represented a year, then the length of my finger would be equivalent to the whole of my lifetime. From the tip of my finger to my elbow would take us back to the Pilgrim Fathers. From here to the rocky island you see on the horizon would take us back to the age of the dinosaurs. And if we were to turn around and go to the equator, then it would be equivalent to going back to the beginning of the Earth, 4.5 billion years ago.
Pretty cool stuff, right? Yeah. So there you have it. You were correct, chat. Well done. 4.54 billion years for the age of the Earth. You ready for the next question? This is assuming no lead at the start. It's not actually assuming that, and it then did. No, there's methods that correct for that as well. But anywho, yeah. Let's go ahead and jump into our next question here for $32,000. Question number 10. What is the leading cause, or the leading hypothesis, for what caused the end Triassic mass extinction? Sorry that got cut off. That's not my fault. It's the program here, the website. What caused the end Triassic mass extinction? What do we think? Was it A, a massive asteroid strike? B, climate change due to tremendous volcanic eruptions? C, aridification of the land? Or D, seaway regression? Seeing some B's in the chat. See an A there too. Mostly B's. Well. Another A. Going with A, says Flask. Interesting. But mostly B's here. Well, it seems like we're gonna go with B. That seems to be our pretty strong consensus there for what caused the end Triassic mass extinction. Is this our final answer? Camp, spelled with a B. There you go, Camp. Well, you are correct, Chad. Well done. Climate change due to tremendous volcanic eruptions is the our reasoning for the end Triassic extinction. What caused that in the first place? Also known as the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event. The cause of the Triassic-Jurassic mass extinction is generally considered to have been extensive volcanic eruptions in the Central Atlantic Magmatic Province. This is what Ken was referencing there, or CAMP for short. So here you had this enormous region of volcanic eruptions here, just cubic miles of volcanic basalt spilled out. Caused the climate to change. Massively disruptive, and it caused the extinction of maybe about 50% of life on Earth. Wild to think about. And we indeed talked about this a good deal when we were in St. George. Let me find that for you. Let's see, was it here? I'll try and find when Jeff Martz was talking about this. We were kind of bugging him to talk about the end Triassic extinction event, given that he works on Triassic stuff. Let's see here. Find the transcript here. Not this one. Find it in a different video.
Global cooling periods.
Yeah.
At least that's one of the explanations. But these three are definitely occurring at the same time.
So here's Jeff Martz here, who works on
the current
on the Triassic
for.
And the Starlink is just garbage.
Why do you get this extinction event?
Yeah. Well, I think the best, I should say most extinctions of several of the big five mass extinctions are associated with very large scale.
Would this help at all?
Yes. So of the five big mass extinctions: Ordovician, Devonian, Permian, Triassic, and Cretaceous. At least these three. And I can't remember if those two are also associated with volcanism.
I think Ordovician is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. My somewhat outdated information, if I remember right, says that these suggests that these extinctions coincide with like sea level drop, so global cooling periods.
Yeah.
At least that's one of the explanations. But these three are definitely occurring at the same time as massive volcanic eruptions. So you've got the Siberian traps, which are massive flood basalts, which are occurring in Siberia during the Permian. The Triassic extinction occurs about the same time that you have Pangaea beginning to break apart, and so you have massive volcanism occur basically where the Atlantic Ocean will eventually form.
Gotcha.
Because you're basically forming oceanic.
Sorry, the quality is so bad here.
Of
the
magma.
Starlink dish that
And
bad?
then
Do I need to bring the big one?
extinction also occurs about the same time as massive volcanic eruptions taking place. This one just happens to coincide with the major asteroid impact. But it's interesting that all three of these events coincide with these unusually big outpourings of magma. And there hasn't really been another equally convincing explanation, at least nothing that's been identified, that coincides nicely with the Triassic extinction.
Yeah.
There's a massive Triassic impact crater in Quebec called the Manicouagan Crater. And back in the 90s, in fact, you can actually see it from space. It forms.
Anyhow, you get the idea. I'll give you a link to this so that you can watch the rest of the VOD if you would like to. There you go. Yeah. Oh, and go follow Volcanodoc too if you're interested in volcanology. She streams here on Twitch. She's a volcano scientist. Good stuff. Yeah. Musa says, when did Pangaea stop being considered Pangaea? When it breaks apart. Musa. Yeah. So I guess like by the middle Jurassic or something like that. I don't know the exact date for this. But, yeah. So this is like peak Pangaea here about 240 million years ago. All Earth on one side, and Thalassa, all ocean on the other. There's Pangaea there. By about 170 million years ago, the continents are breaking apart. You really can't call it Pangaea anymore. We've got Laurasia and Gondwana starting to form. like you would have about here. Laurasia in the north, this is North America, Europe, and Asia, actually linked up with North America at the time. And then in the south, Gondwana, the southern continent, also breaking apart. So anywho, yeah. Good stuff. Flash says, there's my house. Yeah. 90 million years ago? Really? Anywho, let's get back to who wants to be a paleontologist here. Well done, chat. Let's move on to question number 11 for $64,000. Ready for the next question? Let's do it. The question is, how is a dust devil different from a tornado? And thank you, Cody Sheeby. Yes, pretty snazzy, right? Cost me a pretty penny. But, you know, I get to dress up like a white-collar criminal. What could be better than that? Anyway, how is a dust devil different from a tornado? Is it A, dust devils have an upward wind motion? B, dust devils only rotate counterclockwise? C, dust devils only occur in the northern hemisphere? Or D, nothing. They're the same thing. What do you think, chat? How is a dust devil different from a tornado? I'm seeing some A's in the chat and a D. There seems to be a growing consensus that it's A. There's a B there. But yeah, everybody else is saying A. So I guess we'll go with that. Dust devils have an upward wind motion. You sure? I was originally going to say D. I'll stick with D, says Petrodactylus. Everybody else is saying A with a couple B's in there. But we do have a strong consensus that it's A, so we'll go with A. Hopefully, chat, hopefully you've got this. And you are correct. Yes, indeed. Dust devils have an upward wind motion. A dust devil, also regionally known as a dirt devil, is a strong, well-formed, and relatively short-lived whirlwind. The primary vertical motion is upward. Here we go.
A dust devil swept its way through a soccer match in South America.
En el campo de juego.
The whirling phenomenon interrupted a football tournament in the Bolivian town of Achocaya.
Bolivia.
Watch as it makes a windy mess of the game. Dust devils are little whirlwinds with an upward motion.
There you go.
While usually whirling at under 40 miles an hour, their wind speeds can get up to 80 miles an hour. They're distinct from tornadoes, which have a downward wind motion.
There you go.
They're also sometimes called sand devils. And this Bolivian match is not the first sporting event bedeviled by such a wind. In 2018, a dust devil took to the field of a Little League baseball game in Illinois.
Tornado timeout.
That was a jacket
It
that
blew
went
in
flying, not a kid.
and then blew off again. This most recent dust devil interrupted play for a bit. No one was injured, and after several sandy seconds, the game resumed. This is Inside Edition Digital.
There you go. The reason why we're talking about this is, well, we had a dust devil not while I was out there in the field, but it occurred, well, here, take a look. I'm going to go ahead and give Andrew a call right now. So we could not see Andrew Milner here. He's curator of the museum at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site in St. George. I could not see what was going on, so if my reaction in this clip seems to be out of sync with how serious a situation it is. That's why, because I couldn't actually see what was going on. Claire Burr here, our faithful moderator and YouTube editor, has spliced together footage that that David Sloff was taking at the time on site. We had that footage. Claire synced it up with the audio and video from the stream right here.
Hello,
Andrew. It's Danny. How you doing?
Hi, Danny. Not too bad.
Hey, good. I'm glad to hear it. Just wanted to call in real quick and ask if you've got any updates from the site. I've got 209 people watching right now. Eager to hear if anything's new.
I just caught up on the inventory. 1,055 specimens. Oh, wow, big dust up. Everyone's rushing for the tarps right now. It's kind of hanging around in one spot. It's pretty cool. Actually, David's getting film of it right now. Oh, man. Everyone's grabbing a hold of the tarps and the frames. We had one go flying the other day. And they to it till 10.
Shoot.
Luckily, no one was injured. Wow, this dust devil is just... It won't go away.
I didn't realize how bad it was when it was happening.
There goes one. Oh, man. Oh, it's really bad. Oh, Jolene just got knocked over.
Jeez.
Yeah,
I'm kind of amazed that Andrew stayed on the phone with me during this. You see that upward wind motion there? Taking all these things and shooting them up into the sky? Jeez.
Sorry.
No, you're okay. I hope you're staying safe right now.
Our tarp frames are all down. We've got stuff all over the hill. Man, we've lost stuff. Like this, there are now cardboard boxes. What the heck is that? Is that one of our burlap or plaster bags? Like we've got stuff like everywhere. There's a cardboard box, like one of the flats, like 100 feet in the air above us.
Oh, jeez.
Insane. Is everyone okay? Are you guys okay? We just got absolutely...
Yeah, you can go if you need to, Andrew.
Yeah, anyway, I think everyone's okay.
Okay.
Anyway, kind of too much excitement there for a second. Well, you got it on your live stream.
Yeah, there we go. Thanks for staying on with us. Yeah.
No problem. All right, Danny. I think everyone's okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go try and salvage things. I'll talk to you later.
Good luck. I wish I were there to help. Good luck with everything, Andrew. We'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Okay, bye. Well, shoot. That was curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Museum, Andrew Milner there. Jeez. So that's a dust devil. There you go. And it indeed has an upward wind motion, as we saw in all three of those videos. Well done, chat. Been paying attention. This is great. For our next question, question 12 rather, for $125,000. Let's see what it is. Which of the following is a good example of natural selection? Is it A, giraffes stretching their necks to reach higher leaves? Is it B, generations of elephants getting smaller on a small island? Is it C, male peacocks growing longer tail feathers to attract females is what it's supposed to say. Sorry, I got cut off. Not my fault. Or is it D, an Instagram model getting rhinoplasty so her, and that's supposed to say so her future children have small noses? Frustrated that it cut these off, but what are you gonna do? A, B, C, or D? I'm seeing a lot of B's in the chat. Charlie's Dragon says C is sexual selection, not that anyone asked. It seems like we've got critical mass here. People are saying it's B, generations of elephants getting smaller on a small island. $125,000 on the line here, Chad. Can you feel the questions getting a little tougher? But let's go with B. Is that your final answer, chat? Generations of elephants getting smaller on a small island. So a lot of B's. Let's go with it. Well done. Excellent. Yes, indeed. Generations of elephants getting smaller on a small island is an example of natural selection. Giraffes stretching their necks to reach higher leaves. This is not natural selection. It's kind of an older Lamarckian idea about evolution. Turns out traits like that are not really heritable in a strict sense. Male peacocks growing longer tail feathers to attract females, as Charlie's Dragon was saying, that's sexual selection, not natural selection. Those are separate things. They can even run counter to one another. They can be opposing forces. An Instagram model getting rhinoplasty so her future children have small noses. That's again the Lamarckian thing. Evolution happens from generation to generation. You are a little bit different from your parents, and they're a little bit different from your grandparents, and so on and so forth. Change over generations like that is evolution. It's natural selection. At least in this case, generations of elephants getting smaller on a small island, that is natural selection. Good stuff. Well done. Well done.
Ontogeny.
And Patrick Crusader says D is a true story, by the way, for those who don't know. It's been claimed to have been a joke, but here we go. If we get a better source than the New York Post, that's fit to be toilet paper. Well, I guess we'll look at it. Ugh. I got plastic surgery so my kids would inherit my new nose. Yeah, this is in Brazil, right?
Ontogeny.
Yeah. No, that's unless that's subtitles in Spanish. That is Spanish there. I want to say this is in Brazil. Anyway, later on, she claimed, "Oh, it was a joke. It was just a joke." I hope it was just a joke, because that's not how heritability works. You know that, chat. And that's why you got that question right. $125,000 in your pocket. Ready to double that to $250,000? $250,000 here. I think you're ready. Let's go ahead and see what question 13 holds for us. For $250,000. The recently described two-fingered Duonicus belongs to which group of, I'm supposed to say dinosaurs. I don't know why it got cut off. That's really annoying. But Duonicus is what kind of dinosaur? It's got two fingers, recently described. Is it A, an Alvarezsaur, B, a Tyrannosaur, C, an Oviraptorosaur, or D, a Therizinosaur?
Ontogeny.
And there you go, Paleo again.
Tradoon.
What do you think? What do you think? Lenina says D. Blackman's Mustard says D. Sentinel's Blade says A. Flickster says A. Patrick Crusader says B. Fumling and Mizart Rules say D. Duonicus. Sparky Pugwash and Petrodactylus say D. Bukwas says D. Pursue says D. It seems we've got a general consensus forming around the letter D. Daxdu says Lifeline here. We're not going to do that. Sorry, we covered this live on stream, but it was a couple months ago now. And I don't know why that got flagged there. I'm sorry, Terminator Pig. Terminator Pig says call Ken. Phone a friend. If you want to ask for the counsel of Ken, he's here in the chat. You can just ask him nicely. Which one is it? Petrodactylus is torn between A and D, Alvarezsaur or Therizinosaur. Taking a stab at D, says Rushwing. Therizinosaur. I think we might need to run a poll here. Deathsaurus says it's definitely D. Treknerd says I'll go with D so we can get on with it. Let's run a quick poll. Poll. Question. A is A, B is B, C is C, D is D. Let's do a 1-minute poll, starting now. View results. So far, D is in the lead with 2 votes. A with 1. 85% of the votes still going for D. That's dropping a bit. But still, far and away in the lead is D with 72% of the vote. Half of our time left. I don't think the other letters can catch up. So I think we're going to go with D. Therizinosaur. Again, $250,000. That's a lot on the line there. But is that your final answer? No? Yes? Let's say yes, and there you go. Yeah. Well done. It is indeed a Therizinosaur. This is something that I saw at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting back in November. I was really excited about it. And I feel like I got lucky because the paper came out not too long after that, and I finally got to actually discuss it on stream. Duonicus. Bizarre new species of Therizinosaur had 2-fingered hands. Yeah. Paleontologists have unearthed the fossilized remains of a new and unusual Therizinosaur dinosaur with atypical hands in Mongolia. So this critter had just 2 fingers per hand. Really interesting stuff. Here is a link right there. Let's take a look at a few other images. Duonicus means 2 claw. 2 claws, and it's a fitting name for an animal with just 2 claws on each hand. Kind of like a Tyrannosaurus. Who did this? That's good stuff. But yeah, Duonicus. Excellent. Well done, chat. Well done. Just 2 questions left until you've got that $1 million. Let's see if you can get it. Our next question for $500,000. What is the Japanese word for tapir? Remember our World Tapir Day stream? A little less than a month ago? Is it A, Baku, B, Buta, C, Kuma, or D, that should say Kyoryu, but... Anyway. Baku, Buta, Kuma, or Kyoryu. What is the Japanese word for tapir? I'm seeing a lot of A's in the chat. A, final answer, says Dr. Irrefutable. Well, but he seems pretty set on A here. Patrick Crusader says, I shared the song with a friend and he loved it. I'm glad. We might take a look at that song after this. Yeah. Well, everybody seems pretty confident. So... Whoop. Hey, Baku. Is this your final answer, chat? And of course, you are correct. Baku is the Japanese word for tapir. And the reason why we know this is because of this lovely song right here. Words and music by Yumi Ono. Oh yeah, this is the bop here. I love this.
Baku, 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 baku. Baku, 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 baku.
Black and white. And a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. Oh yeah.
Baku, 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 baku.
Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Black and white, and a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. They are thought to eat people's nightmares. But in the zoo, they also eat potatoes. They also eat apples. Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Do you know that the ear tips are white? Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. Good stuff. Gotta love it. Here's a link to this video here, and it keeps going. This is a new paleontologizing classic. The Malayan tapir. Perissodactyla tapiridae.
マレーバクは世界に生息する4種類のバクのうち最も大型のバクです。よく動く鼻は
Proboscis of a tapir is a highly flexible organ,
その鼻を上手に使って
able to move in all
食べ
directions,
物を食べるの
allowing
で
the animal to grab foliage that would otherwise be out of reach.
バクバクバクバク
You get
バ
the
ク
idea.
バクバクバクバク
Good
黒白
stuff. Well done there, chat. Baku is the Japanese word for tapir. You've come all this way, $500,000. It'd be a real shame to lose it all on the next one. Our final question for $1 million. You ready for it? I need verbal confirmation that you are ready, chat. Let's hear it. Yes, all right. For $1 million, our final question is as follows. How many digits do tapirs have? It's a numbers question. It's a tricky one. Do they have A, 2 digits on each hand and foot? B, 3 digits on each hand and foot? C, 3 fingers on each hand and 4 toes on each foot, it should say there. Or is it D, 4 fingers on each hand and 3 toes on each foot? Ooh. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Yeah, were you paying attention during the video? The answer to this question was there in the video. Did you spot it? I'm seeing some C's and D's. I see a B, but it seems like D is our most common answer so far. Terminator Pig says it's D. Blockman's Mustard says D. Blockman's Mustard, very rarely incorrect. And we are talking about a healthy, typical tapir. Yes, Sushi Cat. Not an ampute tapir. Getting some more D's. Our final question, $1 million. He mostly pays attention to that, yeah. Had to read them like 5 times. Yeah, Sparky Pugwash. And it doesn't help that some of the text got cut off, even though it's not. I tried this before and it worked. I don't know why it's cutting off the text now. Well, are we gonna go with D? I feel like we need to run a poll here. New poll. Question: A, B, C, or D? Start poll. View results. So far, D is far and ahead. The winner here, C is in second place. Nobody's saying A or B yet. Oh, and there is a very strong consensus forming around D as an answer. And that was 4 fingers, or toes, whatever you want to say, in the front and 3 in the back. That's the D answer there. C is the inverse. 4 in the front, 3 in the front, 4 in the back. All right. Well, there we go. With 85% of the vote going to the letter D, that is our communal final answer. D, 4 fingers on each hand, 3 toes on each foot. Is this our final answer? For $1 million here. Oh boy.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's click it. You are correct, chat. You are correct. $1 million. $1 million imaginary dollars. Who wants to be a paleontologist? You do. Well done. And holy cow, Murph, 20 gift subs. Thank you very much for that, Murph.
20 subs.
Phenomenal. Really appreciate that, Murph.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Alexander Morrison says, show me that money. Here it is. Yeah. There we go. I had one of these when I was a kid. Yeah. Look what you won, chat. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Well, congratulations on winning Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. Still got a few kinks to work out, but I'm glad that it's back. It's a fun game. And we'll be doing some more of that when I get back from the field.
This is a herbivore and that's the dinosaur.
Dinosaur man.
Fumbling, thank you so much for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Sushi's Cat says, I hope chat is going to support paleontology from this money. I think you can only spend this money on paleontology, actually. You know, it's like, it's like Disney dollars or whatever. Oh. Yeah. Monopoly money. There you go, son of Asterlitz.
Playing tag with you,
Good stuff. Thank you for the 100 bits, Niffler. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Let me go ahead and change out of this. And I think we'll go ahead and watch some more of that Gobi Desert fieldwork documentary like we were looking at. Was that yesterday? And, no, day before yesterday. And then after that, we'll go into Thursday Birds Day. Good stuff. And it is indeed Thursday Birds Day. Yeah, we'll be diving into that before too long here, Lenina. Good stuff. Excellent. And we are... Here, Murph, thank you so much for those 20 gift subs. We're still pretty far from our sub goal for the week. I was hoping we would get more on Mary Anning Day yesterday, but... So it goes sometimes. Give me just a minute here, and let me change out of this monkey suit. But, do we want a cold open video? Any requests? Play a quick little cold open video as I change.
Tradoon.
The Tradoon one? The birds or the Tradoon song?
Tradoon. Tradoon.
Tradoon? Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. Without further ado, the Tradoon song. Starting now.
I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
Butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. 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 Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon.
which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon. Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon. Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
If you're
There you
feeling
go.
cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Jet12302, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you kindly. Good stuff.
Tradoon.
Excellent. The Raven says whoever edited that is an artist. Actually, I'm a paleontologist, the Raven. But I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. It was a lot of fun putting that together. And I've got ideas for 5 or 6 more additional videos on kind of that same theme. Just haven't had time to really edit them together yet. But yeah. So many ideas, so little time. Oh, and our baby sea turtle is done.
Something like this. It may be something that's never been seen before.
Black Badger, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me go grab our baby leatherback turtle off of the printer, and I might start another one real quick, too. Yeah. Also, I was able to go to the P.O. box earlier, and we've got a package from a viewer. I apologize, I forget who was telling me that they had sent something in the mail to the P.O. box, but if you're here in chat, let me know, and I'll open it right now. Let me go grab this. Right. We've got a life-size leatherback turtle hatchling right here. There's a few different projects that I've been thinking about doing with these. But, here we go. We'll take away the supports. Nice and clean. Very nice. I can use my snips to clear away a few more parts here, but not too shabby, right? This is a life-size baby leatherback turtle, hatchling leatherback turtle, printed just like in life. Very neat. Yeah. And it is so little, the Raven. Holy cow. This is one of these critters that I've become really enamored with lately.
Ontogeny.
There we go.
These are leatherback sea turtles.
We know so little about leatherbacks, especially at the hatchling and juvenile sizes. So it's really incredible to get to work with them at those life stages that you would not see.
This is the world's largest living reptile by some estimates.
We've seen the populations of other sea turtles increase over time, especially due to different kinds of protections. But the leatherbacks especially are very mysterious and unknown. And you need to know about a species before you can help it.
This is Florida here?
Boca Raton is a classic Florida beach town, where residents and tourists enjoy leisurely days of fun in the sun.
So I just came back from Puerto Rico last week, and I saw some leatherback turtle nests while I was there. I wasn't able to see actually any adult or hatchling leatherbacks, but their nests there with big wooden stakes in the ground and flagging tape around them. I saw like 6 or 7 different leatherback nests, which was really, really, really cool. I was calling around the whole time that I was there, trying to contact people. Is there some way that I can, while I'm there, help with their conservation in any way? Join one of these crews that goes there at night to monitor the nests and make sure that people aren't messing with them, all kinds of stuff like that. It just didn't work out. I'm going to see if maybe we can organize something for this next year, early 2026. And there might even be some other opportunities to help out with leatherback turtle conservation before then as well. So I'm going to be contacting some folks and, in the meantime, just learning everything that I can about these remarkable animals.
On the Sunshine State's southeast coast. But beachgoers...
Oh, very cool, Bookwas. I'm jealous.
Sharing the
Oh,
sand
man.
with some surprising neighbors.
So that's a leatherback there, but who is this? This is probably an Olive's Ridley turtle, I think. The beak looks a lot more hooked than in a green sea turtle. I think this is probably an Olive Ridley.
Nesting sea turtles.
Here in Boca Raton, we have 5 miles of sandy beach, and we get 3 species of sea turtles: leatherback, loggerhead,
Loggerhead.
nesting on our beaches.
Or the loggerhead.
And some people even come here specifically to see sea turtles.
Very cool.
Once, the presence of sea turtles on beaches here and around the world was commonplace. Researchers estimate that in pre-colonial times, there were around 40 million in the nearby Caribbean alone. But since then, some species there have lost up to 97% of their historic populations. Globally, others have seen similar declines. Florida turtles have been hard hit too.
There was a time in the past where some species of sea turtles were pretty much extinct in Florida. They were overharvested, overfished, and they were pretty much non-existent as far as nesting on our beaches.
2 of the 3 species nesting in Boca are listed as vulnerable, while 1 is endangered.
The leatherback is endangered.
Right in the last quarter century, conservation efforts on Florida beaches have vastly improved the outlook for most of these embattled creatures. One of the most crucial steps has been protecting the turtles during their short but critical time on land.
How we're going to help the species recover is by protecting nests and protecting hatchlings so they can one day grow up and be adult turtles and come back to these nesting grounds.
Around Florida, teams like this one, led by David Anderson, follow the turtles' tracks to find and protect every nest.
And it's really important we get an early start every morning before people come out onto the beach. We mark every single nest with wooden stakes and orange flagging tape. So
There we go.
all of our nests were...
So this is just like I saw in Puerto Rico. Got some photos here. Yeah. This is on Luquillo Beach, the north part of the island. Oh, and I gotta get rid of that filter. Hang on a second. Filters. There we go. Yeah. There were a number of other nests, too, on other beaches. both on the main island of Puerto Rico and also on Culebra, which is a smaller island off of the east coast of Puerto Rico. There we go. Leatherback nest right here. Very cool.
Confident
like
that
we
the
see here.
eggs were inside that perimeter.
Secure in these locations, the eggs can incubate, safe from human traffic. The team keeps an...
And not tortoise time, nothing more variant. Tortoises are land-dwelling turtles. We're talking about sea turtles right here. The Chelanoidea? What's the clade name for these guys? Sea turtles. Here's our leatherback. Zoom into that. There we go. Leatherbacks are the earliest diverging, you could say most primitive of the modern sea turtles. There we go. 7 living species. Tortoises are over here. There's 58 species of them. So they are not closely related to our sea turtles.
eye on the nest until the eggs hatch, and then lends a hand if there are any stragglers.
Oh, look, a live hatchling.
Oh.
All right. Hey, little guy.
Across Florida, these efforts are making an impact. In 1985, the 3 sea turtle species made just under 27,000 nests in the state. Last year, that number was over 150,000.
Excellent. And this is going to be a baby... It's not a leatherback, I don't think. Could be a loggerhead. It doesn't have those like keels on the shell like you have on a baby leatherback right here. Doesn't have those keels on the carapace. This is some other species right here.
As soon as the hatchlings hit the water, other protections focus on the coastal areas where many of them grow up.
Kilnuke says, what depth can sea turtles go? It depends on the species, but one of the deepest diving tetrapods, like limbed vertebrate animals in the world, is the leatherback sea turtle. They can dive, I think the deepest recorded dive for a leatherback is something like 4,000 feet. It's like 1,300 meters or something like that. There we go. The carapace of leatherback turtles has a unique design which enables the sea turtles to withstand high hydrostatic pressures as they dive with depths up to 1,200 meters or more. One of the deepest diving marine animals, individuals have been recorded diving to depths as great as 1,280 meters or 4,200 feet. Typical dive durations are between 3 and 8 minutes, with dives of 30 to 70 minutes occurring infrequently. I bet most of you in chat can't even hold your breath for 30 to 70 minutes. Infrequently or otherwise. It's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive. And Dr. Irrefutable says, is the sperm whale the deepest? You know, I've heard conflicting ideas about which tetrapod is the deepest diving. I've heard it, sperm whales, beaked whales, and also elephant seals. I think all 3 of them dive so deep that we don't really know how deep they can go. I would presume that maybe sperm whales would be the deepest diving just because they're the biggest, but that's a guess. I do not know. Yeah. Anyhow. And apparently we've had some people in chat who can hold their breaths for considerable lengths of time. And Why do elephant seals go diving so deep? They're after their food, squid and things like that. Them and beaked whales, and sperm whales too, all after squid. Yeah, it's impressive. The beaked whales in particular are very poorly known. I think the majority of beaked whale species have never been seen alive. They're that elusive. There's an excellent book on them here. I love books like this. It's by Richard Ellis, Beaked Whales. The most mysterious large animals in the world, as he calls them in here, and he would be correct. Some of them, maybe most of them, maybe a plurality of them at least, have never been seen alive. Because they live generally far away from shores. They're not the biggest whales in the world. They're not the easiest to spot. And they're extraordinarily deep diving. They're often pretty shy too. They're not usually approaching boats and stuff. So beaked whales, mesoplodons as we call them. They're super cool. My favorite kind of whales. Mesoplodon. Like the spade-toothed whale, or the strap-toothed whale, or Andrew's beaked whale. There's the spade-toothed whale, strap-toothed whale, Blonville's beaked whale. Blonville is the guy who coined the word paleontology. We were talking about him a bit yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Beaked whales, mesoplodons. Or Xiphioidae. I think that's kind of out of date, Xiphioidae. Anyway. Yeah. For a lot of these, you will only see them as like skulls like this illustrated, or as drawings. There's like no photographs of them alive because some of them have never been seen alive, which is nuts. It's just bonkers. Anyway, back to our turtles here.
This site here gives these little green turtles all they need, and that's the food they're looking for in these shallow waters, and then also places to hide at night and sleep.
Nice.
Greens are the only vegetarian sea turtles, so the coastal seagrasses provide the perfect habitat.
So this turtle, we're gonna give it a full assessment. This is the same assessment we do on every turtle we catch. These turtles will come in when they're small, and then they'll move off into deeper seagrass beds in the Keys or within the greater Caribbean.
Loggerheads follow a...
So again, they're changing where they live through ontogeny. So as they're growing and maturing, they're living in different places, eating different foods, hanging out in different spots. So geographic variance within ontogeny. It's an interesting concept.
Similar path.
Ontogeny.
By keeping tabs on the turtles near shore, conservationists can help mitigate threats like boat strikes, loss of key habitat, and pollution.
I am hopeful for this turtle, and I think the conservation efforts that we've put in place give this a really good chance for this animal to make it to maturity and have a successful life.
For greens and loggerheads, things are looking up. But protecting leatherbacks presents some additional challenges.
They are, in my opinion, by far the coolest of the sea turtle species. There's so many superlatives associated with them. They're not just the deepest diving, they're also the largest, the most widespread, and the earliest diverging. They're probably most similar to turtles that were swimming around during the Cretaceous. They're so incredibly cool.
Leatherbacks are very interesting animals. They're very mysterious because they spend most all of their lives out in the open ocean.
Yep.
We don't know as much about them as we do the other two species, which we see all the time off the coast and in the intracoastal waterway.
It can be 20 to 30 years from the moment leatherbacks enter the surf as hatchlings until they return to land to lay eggs.
And only the females ever return to land. The males spend
Scientists
their
have data
entire
about
lives.
the adult leatherbacks' years at sea, from satellite tags they put on them when they come ashore.
They are beautiful, Orange Boy, absolutely.
They've learned that
especially in the water.
leatherbacks have the widest distribution of any reptile,
Yep.
migrating from the tropics almost to the poles.
Nuts.
They can swim over 10,000 miles a year.
Yep.
But
I bet half the people in chat don't even swim 10,000 miles in a year, you know? Sorry, I keep comparing you to these animals, but, you know, it puts things into perspective,
they
right?
know almost nothing about where these turtles go in the first few decades of their lives. Their so-called lost years. Scientists at Florida Atlantic University are trying to solve that mystery.
This is a very unique marine lab. We have the facilities to
Almost 100,000 miles?
bring
Really?
in
Nothing more
hatchling
random.
sea turtles, raise them for days to weeks to even months. The reason why we bring those animals in is to understand their early life. When the hatchlings come out, the hatchlings are about this big.
That's 273 miles a day. Are you sure, visibly upset? Is that right? 10,000 miles in a year? Huh.
We don't see it again till it's a 6 or 7 foot long turtle. That's a lot of biology that's going on.
And Scoop says, oh, they're tethered. Yeah.
Attention students, it's time once again to choose a gym class for the coming term, so let's all prove how adult we can be by filing to the gym in a calm and orderly manner. Even though it's first come, first serve, and the most popular sports fill up fast.
Too many wee ones!
This gets uglier every year. Any sign of Barton Millhouse? No, and if they don't get here soon, it'll be TS for them.
The TS in question.
I don't feel right.
Tethered swimming. It's good exercise. Builds character. Like it does in these baby leatherbacks.
For even months. The reason why we bring those animals in is to understand their early life. When the hatchlings come out, the hatchlings are about this big. We don't see it again till it's a 6 or 7 foot long
They are
turtle.
tethered there, Pfizer, yeah.
That's a lot of biology.
Again, I think maybe you didn't see. It's fishing line there, so it's difficult to spot, but there's a fishing line running to this turtle. There's another one there. I think they're running to these orange spots.
Bring those animals in is to understand their early life.
Does that make
When
sense?
the hatchlings come out, the hatchlings are about this big. We don't see it again till it's a 6 or 7 foot long turtle.
Ms. Art Rule says, is that safe? I think it's pretty... The turtles are restrained. They're not going to get you, you know?
That's a lot of biology that's going on between this and this. So it's really hard to know a lot about these animals.
This lab is the only one in the world that raises these little leatherbacks, and we've learned so much in the few years that I've worked with them.
In the tanks, researchers study their growth, behavior, and feeding habits. But raising these open ocean travelers has its challenges.
We've learned that they need to be on a tether type system in their tank.
They're just constantly swimming anyway, so that would mimic them swimming in the open ocean. If these guys were off of their Velcro tethers, they'd be constantly running into the wall.
We've also learned what their dietary needs are and different.
What do you think they eat, chat? What do you think a leatherback turtle eats? Especially when they're babies. What are their dietary needs? Any ideas? Shrimp, anchovies? Kelp mush, plankton, bugs? Sea jellies, says Lordy. Steak and foie gras, says Matnum33. Leatherback babies, baby backs, they eat ribs, says Eagle V. Hatnam. some solid reasoning there. Yeah.
Recipes that fit those dietary needs.
What do we got?
Their
What is
natural
it?
diet is jellyfish. So here in the lab, we do try to replicate that. When feeding them, we do undulate the food like a jellyfish. So that movement they can detect and see in the wild as well.
Nice.
He's coming for the peas.
So it looks like a slice of jellyfish cheese there. I don't actually know. Is it made of sea jellies there? Is it formulated to be a similar nutritional value as sea jellies? I'm not sure.
Their taste for jellyfish may leave leatherbacks vulnerable at sea.
Yeah.
One threat that leatherbacks face is plastic
Hey, Aditya.
pollution,
Good to see
especially
ya.
things like plastic bags that look like jellyfish in the water.
Yeah.
Leatherbacks also fall prey to long lines and abandoned fishing gear that can entangle and drown them. That's why it's so important to understand where they spend their early years. To find out, Jeanette's lab is working on a pioneering tracking program with the nonprofit Upwell, which focuses on turtle conservation at sea.
Alexander Morrison says, looks like Lunchable meat. I think Lunchable meat might be made of sea jellies, actually. Yeah, I bet that's that's exactly what it is. Yeah, that's that's precise. Wow, Lunchable, they looked like this when I was a kid, or even different. They're in like a cardboard box. It really changed the packaging a lot. Anywho, yeah, I'm sure that's what that is.
Important to understand where they spend their early years. To find out, Jeanette's lab is working on a pioneering tracking program with the nonprofit Upwell, which focuses on turtle conservation at sea.
They've got the ability to help us with the satellite tracking of where our little turtles go.
This is the first ever tracking project for such small, young leatherbacks.
Huh.
Oh, it's red. It's blinking.
Raising the turtles in the lab for 2 to 3 months allows them to grow big enough to carry the trackers.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, I heard the beat. Okay.
So this is one of those instances in which technology is really going to help advance this kind of science, because with increased miniaturization, you can have smaller and smaller components, smaller battery packs, smaller transmitters. I'm sure this sort of study wouldn't have been possible 20 years ago. Think about what will be possible another 20 years from now with increased miniaturization. You might be able to put these trackers on, you know, hatchling leatherback.
That was the beat. Yeah, I heard the beat. Okay.
Jeanette and Emily help activate a satellite device
All right, let's take this turtle out.
and return this little turtle back to the wild. As the youngsters swim off, the tags will send back data on their location, depth, and direction for about a month.
That's a big tag for such a small critter. Holy cow. Best of luck there. That little tiny baby, such a big tracker on it.
Once you know where they're going, then we can share that with the regulatory agencies that protect those habitats. We're starting to learn what route the turtles are going to take and what they're going to encounter along those long migrations. And each year we get a little more information about where these little turtles go.
So far, they've tracked the turtles riding the Gulf Stream along the coast, then heading out to sea. As the success on land already shows, the more we learn, the greater the potential to keep these amazing animals safe, even if that's far from shore.
I'm hopeful for the future of sea turtles. I think there's enough people that are passionate about them, that are putting in efforts to protect them and increase their numbers.
Very cool stuff. Here's a link to that video right here. And like I've been saying, it's an ambition of mine to do some sea turtle conservation live on stream in the next year. So I'm going to be exploring some options for that, and get ready for, I guess it's already started, leatherback turtle arc here on Paleontologizing. We'll see what we can do to spread the word about these animals, maybe run a fundraiser or two, something like that, to help with their conservation. See if maybe we can see some of them in the wild, even. It's something I'm going to be looking into in the coming months. Really excited about that. Mark Melvin, thank you for the 5 gift subs there. Really neat. Thank you for that.
Just change things with those 5 gift subs.
Appreciate your generosity there, Mark. Thank you very, very much. There's 5 very lucky chatters who won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days while I'm out in Wyoming. They're going to have an ad-free viewing experience until, like, the last week while we're out there doing field work. Thank you, Mark Melvin. Appreciate you. Yeah. And going to take us to Puerto Rico? That's the hope, Terminator Pig. Yeah, I'd love to. We'll see if that's possible. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Got another baby leatherback printing right now on the 3D printer. Another one of these. Yeah, and with that said, since this is our... Well, maybe I'll take the box with me, actually. Got this box in the mail, in the P.O. box. From a viewer, but I don't think the viewer's here right now. I was waiting for them to chime in, because I know they'd like to see me open it live. They were asking me about this before I had a chance to go to the P.O. box. I think that was on Tuesday. I was able to go yesterday morning. Yeah, maybe I'll take this with me when I leave for the field and maybe open it live on stream while I'm out there. Anyhow. With that said, I think it's about time for Thursday Birds Day, isn't it? I might want to wrap up today's stream a little bit early, given that I've got so many things to do. So without further ado, let's start up Thursday Birds Day here.
Hold on to your butts.
Ontogeny.
There we go.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray, and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day.
Happy Thursday Birds Day indeed. We're going to take a look at some of these viewer-submitted photos of birds that they have seen, and we'll talk about them. Let's get into it. And welcome, Gorka, with your party parrots. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you? It's good to have you here. Our first one of the week is from Alexander Morrison. Holy cow, a big red-shouldered hawk resting on my backyard trellis, and a grackle constantly sounding the alarm. I mean, shoot, I would be too if I saw a big red-shouldered hawk right here. Holy cow, that's such a cool sighting. That grackle is not happy though. He's like, I don't like this. I don't like this, guys. Big predatory bird right there. That is so cool, Alexander Morrison. That is so cool. Very, very cool. Thank you for sharing. That's excellent. Oh, man. So many good birds out there in Florida. I'm a little jealous. What a cool encounter. I know, right, Lenito? Oh, man. One more time. Let's see. That is awesome. This grackle is like, nope. I don't like this. Does anybody see this? I'm not okay with this, the grackle says. Good stuff.
In this program, all those questions will be answered.
And little brother, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Your name, little brother, actually reminds me of a dog. If I can find a video of it, but there was a two-legged dog named Lil Brudder, and this dog had learned to run on its hind legs. Where was this? I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. But here, I'll find you a similar example. There. Similar idea here. How wild is that? Pretty darn cool how adaptable different animals can be, you know? It is uncanny, Alexander Morrison, yeah. Yeah. Amazing. Life finds a way, says Rusty Guy. Yeah, in many cases. If a dog is, you know, even missing limbs, if it's given food and medical attention and a safe place to live, it's amazing what they can overcome, you know? Yeah. Amazing. Oh. Wild. Wild. Her name's Faith, evidently, and, what a remarkable critter. Anyway, dogs did not evolve to walk on two legs, so that's pretty remarkable that this is even possible, you know? Anyhow, creatures that are adapted to walk on two legs are birds. Ms. Art Rules has got 2 of them here for us. Excuse me, 3 of them here. 3 woodpeckers here. In violation of the law, they are parked here on this tree. But it's okay, bird law is a whole nother thing. So I wouldn't be too worried. But 3 of them in a row, this is so cool. I'm terrible at identifying woodpeckers. Are these... Somebody who knows woodpeckers better than I do. What species are we looking at here? Aquo, so that would be... Acorn woodpeckers. Okay, nice. Here, let's look them up on our Tree of Life. Acorn. Woodpecker. My keyboard is freaking out a little bit. There you go, Scorch Hellfire. I'll see you next time, Alexander Morrison. Thanks for being here. Acorn woodpecker. Melanerpes formicivorous. Interesting. That name there, formicivorous, I presume this means ant-eating. Like, formica, I think, is ant. Ivorous is like herbivorous or carnivorous. Formicivorous. Feeding on ants. There you go. Anyway, very cool. Thanks for posting, Ms. Art Rules. That's great. 3 woodpeckers all lined up in a row.
Oh, baby, a triple! Oh, yeah!
Wonderful. Thanks for posting. My Latin says you're right, Danny. Thank you, Cadmansworth. Good stuff. Lenina says we had a small shower blow through at work, and 2 of our resident western kingbirds, now regal, were really enjoying it. And look at them, yes. A shower fit for a kingbird. the just kind of sticking the wings out to the side a little bit, like, oh yeah, I like this. It's almost like sitting in a hot tub, kind of putting your arms up like that. Yeah. That's what this bird's doing. Rain feels good, yeah. My leash, says Pepe, yeah. Western kingbird. Let's jump to them on our Tree of Life. Western kingbird. Genus Tyrannus. There we go. Western kingbird. Tyrannus verticalis. What a great name. Excellent. Good stuff there, Lenina. Good stuff. Thanks for posting. I love when birds are doing cool stuff and you can just catch them having personalities. Like, yeah, I'm really enjoying the rain here. It's really nice. Lovely weather we're having, isn't it? You know? That's so cool. Mayor Space has got Big Blue Bird at the Toledo Zoo last summer. Cut short by another patron standing in the way. Oh, let's take a look. Holy cow, it's a cassowary! Mayor of Space, you saw a cassowary. Oh, that's so cool. Very, very cool. Oh man, that deserves a cassowary emote there. That's so neat, Mayor Space. One of my very favorite birds. One of my favorite extant animals. Oh, they're so cool. They're so cool. Let's jump to cassowary on our Tree of Life here. The southern cassowary, which is the largest living species of cassowary. And it's going to be a while to get there because they are part of Paleontologist. An early diverging group of birds, the Paleontologist. There's the southern cassowary. Its genus and species name is really easy to remember: Cassowarius cassowarius. So their sister taxon are the dwarf cassowary, the northern cassowary is there, and then you've got the emu, part of this family, Cassowariiformes. Anywho, yeah, really neat. Super cool, Mayor Space. You found, like, the ultimate living bird. Pretty neat. Yeah. And Rushing was asking how distant are emus from them, I wonder. Really close in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. Yeah. The closest living relative of the emu are the cassowaries. The 3 living species of cassowary. And you have emus right there. So both cassowaries and emus are part of Cassowariiformes. Although they diverged a long time ago. 26.8 million years ago, give or take. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff, Mayor Space. Excellent post. And Cacklin's Dwarf says, here's another one of my walking videos. This one has a lot of birds, as well as a sunset and a near full moonrise in just the right spot. Obviously, it can't all be highlighted for Thursday Birds Day. Thank you, Cacklin, for being understanding. But it's there for those who would like to see. Let's hear that chaffinch at the beginning. Huh. Nice. What else do we have? A nesting coot, a sedge warbler, a male pheasant. Let's go to that. 1310. There we go. There's our pheasant. Ring-necked pheasant. These guys are native to Eastern Asia, I want to say. I think China. But they've been introduced to parts of Europe and also North America. This happens to be the state bird of South Dakota. Even though it's not native to South Dakota. Go figure. It's, I think it might even be considered invasive there. Yeah, they're extremely common in the Netherlands nowadays. Interesting, Cacklinsworth. Yeah. Here, let's look them up on our Tree of Life, too. Ring-necked pheasant. Also known as common pheasant. Here we go. There we go. Phasianus colchicus. Huh. Native to Asia, where it is widespread, and also along the extreme southeast of Europe and the northern foothills of the Caucasus Mountains. It is widely introduced elsewhere as a game bird. Good stuff there, Cacklinsworth. Thank you so much for sharing. And for anybody interested, there's nearly an hour's worth of relaxing bird and landscape footage here from the Netherlands. So if you'd like the experience of going on a peaceful walk in the Low Country, well, Cacklin's Wharf's got you covered. Good stuff. Mosselith caught a crow dive-bombing a gull today and wanted to share. Ooh, I'm gonna be in the land of the gulls soon. Interesting. That a gull would receive such ire from a crow. Good stuff. Moslith, good stuff indeed. Crows are funny sometimes. And Mommy Does says the Carolina Wrens are nesting in my husband's garage again, right in the middle of his power tools. Seem to think a safe neighborhood is worth the noisy neighbors. And what a lovely photo collage right here. Yeah, right there. Next to the power tool chargers. Milwaukee brand. Yeah. Little baby birds. It's right there in the middle. I love the border you chose for this too. Good stuff, Mommy Does. That's really neat. Yeah. It's so cool to see baby birds, you know? I think seeing baby birds makes us appreciate adult birds all the more, because it's like they start off so small and vulnerable. When you recognize that every bird that you see flying around you on a given day came from this. This is how they started their lives. Before this, even more vulnerable as an egg. That's pretty wild to think about, you know? It's pretty cool. Each one of those adult birds got very lucky to have survived this very vulnerable stage early in life. It's worth thinking about, you know? Pate B says it's so much like how squishy and vulnerable we are when we're young. To a certain extent, yes. Yeah, some of us are still very squishy, fuzzy. Like you, sweetie pie. What's this belly going on down here? What's this belly going on under here? What's all that? What's all that? Have you arrived for Thursday Birds Day, sweetie pie? Aww. Getting awful close to the camera there. Oh, look at those formidable teeth. What a savage beast. How fearsome. How fearsome, sweetie pie. That's where she stores your rent, says Lordy. Yeah, that's her safety deposit box. You got that gut. You got that gut down there. Yeah. 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 You want some more treats? Is that why you've shown up again? Is that why you've shown up again? We can make that happen for you. Yeah, I think we have the resources. We have the resources that can be accomplished. Let's get some treats. Let's get some treats. Those. Look at those treats. You can eat them up. Good stuff. Good stuff. Those teeth all clean with the dental treats. Excellent. Last one. Oh, last two. There we go. Pretty good? What do you think, sweetie? You satisfied? Is that good? I don't have any more, I'm sorry. You can try and eat me, but if you eat me, there'll be no more treats forthcoming. You know? It pays not to eat the hand that feeds you, as the saying goes, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Don't eat the hand that feeds you. No. Just like we don't punch a gift horse in the mouth. Just don't do that. They're kind of related idioms, I suppose, that describe similar ideas. What do you think? Yeah? What are you looking at me for? What are you looking for? Such an expected expression. It's like totally a Kuleshov effect thing. She doesn't really have too many facial expressions. But I'm interpreting this as you're being insistent that you want something else. You have expectations. What are they? Well, we're gonna keep doing Thursday Birds Day here. If that's okay with you, sweetie. Mommy does cool stuff. Thanks for posting. And Cacklin's Wharf is a little extra. In a recent video of mine, Danny looked up the gadwalls and then wondered how closely related to mallards they were. The female birds look so similar. Actually, the easiest difference to spot is that the gadwall females lack the bright blue spot with black and white bands on their wings. The males, on the other hand, look unmistakably different. Interesting. So this is a gadwall and this is a mallard? Other way around. I don't know. But anyway, good stuff. What do you think? You think that's good stuff too? Chaotic Time Traveler says, I went on a trip to get a new hat for field work. On the way out, I saw a Baltimore Oriole and an osprey on its nest. Interesting. Didn't have my phone out at either occasion. On the way back, I was able to get a picture of the osprey nest. Nice. Very cool. Classic osprey nest on a platform. All these sticks arranged in a pile there. Good stuff. And both cattle. Okay, gotcha, cattle. There. Osprey nest. They love to nest on platforms like this. That's their jam. That's what they do. Chaotic Time Traveler's got one. Very nice. Good stuff. Rushwing says, my neighborhood ravens have been raising a ruckus at all hours for a solid week. I thought there might have been a bird of prey around spooking them, but it turns out there wasn't one. There were two! Well, well, well. Two white-bellied sea eagles. Wow! Pretty neat. They're unlikely looking for a nest. They're unlikely looking for a nest location. Maybe they're likely looking for a nest location at this time of year. But it's still pretty cool to see two of Australia's second largest birds of prey circling around the area. You can see the ravens and the magpies were not happy with their arrival and the flock of starlings they disturbed. Neat. Australian sea eagles. Pretty darn cool. Let's look them up on our Tree of Life. Australian sea eagle. Maybe it's just sea eagle. You're saying genus Haliatus, which is the same genus as the bald eagle. Huh. And Rushwing says they are big birds. I didn't realize until I saw the magpie. Oh yeah. I guess it's gotta be white-bellied sea eagle, right? Where are they found? Southeastern Australia. So, resident from India and Sri Lanka through Southeast Asia to Australia on coasts and major waterways. Very cool there. What a beautiful animal. Holy moly. Very nice. Thank you for posting there. It's good stuff, Rushwing, as usual. Thank you very much. So not seagulls, but seagulls. There you go, Sushi Cat, yeah. Nice. Carcone has got a ruby-throated hummingbird flicking his tongue out and preening. Nice, sometimes I do that too. I'm not sure if it was the same one, but shortly after, a male started doing swoops in front of a female in a nearby tree. This, unfortunately, I did not catch on video, but we'll take your word for it, Charcone. This is great footage. Look at the little tongue. Hummingbirds are so much fun. They're so cool. This reminds me, I need to make some more hummingbird food. For the hummingbird feeder I've got at home. Here. It's probably going a little stale. That is lovely. Good stuff, Charcone. Good stuff. Thanks for posting. But yeah. Aiden Jackson says, I have a question for you, Danny. If you could be any dinosaur, what would it be and why? I don't know. It's a tough one. I like running. I like running fast. I always figured an ornithomimosaur. Like, maybe like Gallimimus. Might be a nice dinosaur to be. I don't know. I know that when I played that dinosaur simulator game, Saurian, one of my favorite things to do is just run around the map and just see who else is around. And you've got long, leggy legs like this and a high top speed. I feel like it's not only possible, it'd be a lot of fun to run around as an ornithomimosaur. So, yeah, it'd be a good one. Yeah. And how about a living dinosaur? I don't know. It might be cool to be like a Hoatzin, Claire Bird. Just eating plants all day, hanging out, smelling bad. Hoatzins are pretty neat. Yeah, that'd be a good one. Yeah, they're such cool animals. Yeah, true life goals, says Murph. Yeah. Yeah. Although it'd be cool to be a cassowary, too. I don't know. Yeah. Moving on. Suspect number 1, aka the common wood pigeon. Wow. See, you shouldn't have parked there, you know? Very nice, Niffler. Very nice. You love to see acts of defiance from birds. I do anyway, you know? Fight the power. Yeah. be a rebel. No. No bird feeding. Anyway, yeah. Cool stuff, Niffler. I like that a lot. Yeah. And Yogurt Garrel. Yogurt Garrel always has got good birds for us. A few of my favorites from my trip to Long Point Banding Station. Nice. Brilliant Scarlet Tanager. Perfect killdeer camouflage. Oh yeah, look at that. Can you spot the bird here, chat? Where's the bird? Is it here? Is it here? Is it here? Maybe it's this green thing right here. No, of course, the eye gives it away. That is the eye of a killdeer there, but you can see how well camouflaged it is. Just bonkers. That's impressive. Oh, wait, shoot, where did we... Why did it skip us to the bottom? Here we go. Sorry. And that's the Brilliant Tanager there? It lives up to its name. Holy moly. Yeah. Peekaboo Magnolia Warbler. Is that this guy here? Nice. Bright, bright, bright yellow. Who's this? Beautiful black-throated warbler in the banding net waiting to be released. There we go. Just hanging out there. Just going, ugh! I got. But luckily, these birds are being captured for banding, correct? In order to be able to keep track of them, put a little band around their legs. Yeah. I think some people in the chat might not be familiar with this practice. So let's see if we can find a little video about that. Bird banding. There we go. All right, so at this station, birds are banded and released. Can you see the net? Here it is here. Mist nets are lightweight and hard to see. Birds flying through the habitat are caught and softly land in the net. A trained bird bander checks the net frequently and removes any birds caught. You can't leave them in there for too long or bad things can happen. They need to eat regularly. The birds are placed in soft cloth bags. This helps keep them calm and warm. Now the bander will begin banding and measuring. So that's how you hold a bird properly. First, the bander measures the bird's leg to determine the best band size. Is that a custom bird leg measurer right there? I think it is. That's really cool. Or it could be, there could be some other application for it, but it's here being used to measure bird legs. Special pliers are used to place the band on the leg. So they're just crimping that band around the leg right there. It's super lightweight. There we go. The band is light and doesn't hurt the bird, and they won't notice it after they fly away. They probably notice it a little bit, but, you know. Then the bird's wing and tail length are measured and recorded in a datasheet. Nice. Free jewelry, says Sushi Cat. Yeah. How stylish. It does make me wonder because there are examples of certain animals being fitted with prosthetics that makes them more appealing to the opposite sex. So, like, there's the famous example of the swordtail fish, There's many different species of swordtail fish, and the males have got these long tails on them. Like that. And the females don't have that, as you can see here. But there's a bunch of different species of swordtail. And there was a really neat experiment that was done back in the, let's say it was like the 70s or 80s, where researchers had some of these swordtail fish in captivity, and they had a species that doesn't have the swordtail. So neither the males nor females have that. But they're still part of the swordtail family. And so the researchers added a prosthetic swordtail onto the males in a species that doesn't grow the swordtail. And the females preferred that. They're like, oh yeah, we like that. We like this a lot. Even in a species that doesn't have it, which was really interesting. It makes me wonder if, since certain birds do respond to novel shapes and textures and colors and sheens and stuff like that, some birds are attracted to shiny things. I wonder if a banded bird has any kind of social advantage after having been banded. It's like, hey, look at this. Makes me wonder, you know? Makes me wonder. Bird is checked for fat. See how well they've been eaten. Stored fat acts as fuel for migration. The beak is then measured using calipers. The feathers are checked for any signs of molting. So this is like a full checkup for these birds. Molting feathers can help us to determine... What? I missed it. That was really fast. How old the bird is. Okay. Lastly, the bander weighs the bird by placing them in a tube on a scale. You put them in the bird tube. Which is, it's a close cousin, I believe, to that other implement related to pterosaurs.
Dirter.
There we go. Thank you, Ms. Art Rules. Yes, the dirter. The birds are weighed in grams, and most weigh less than a battery. Well, what kind of battery? I would hope they'd weigh less than the big solar batteries I bring into the field. Finally, the birds are after the birds are banded and measured, the bird is quickly released back into the wild. That's so cool. Many different species are seen at the banding stations, including red crossbills. That's wild. The crossed bills that they have. So cool. Nuthatches. Spotted towhees. Cool stuff. Anyway. Here's the link right there. Really neat that you got to be there for bird banding. That's super cool, Yogurt Arrow. A gorgeous Lincoln sparrow post-banding in the hands of a volunteer. There's our Lincoln sparrow there. He put it gently in my open palm right after, so I got to release it back to the wild. That's so cool. That's so cool, Yogurt Garrel. Holy moly. This sounds magical. I'm so glad you got to do this. What a treat for Thursday Birds that we get to see this. Got to release that one? That's super cool. What a great photo. Wow. There's little theropod claws right there. That's awesome. That's awesome, Yogurt Girl. Thank you so much for sharing. Beautiful. Scoobs has got a tawny frogmouth. You can see its beak poking out of the top. I can't. Barely, but yeah, right there. Right here. Very cool. Tawny frogmouth is, oh boy. think they're related to nightjars, like nighthawks, right? Nice. Tawny frogmouth. We looked at these guys a couple weeks ago. What a bonkers bird. It really does look like a Muppet, you know? There. In the wild. Very good stuff, Scoobs. Thanks for sharing. Looks like they would be the friend of the Trash Muppet. I forgot the name of. You mean Oscar the Grouch? Did you get? The Trash Muppet. You know, the Trash Muppet. You know? Yeah, he likes trash and stuff. The Trash Muppet. It reminds me of, It reminds me of this. Classic post. I hate the Muppets because of the pig girl. She was disgusting. I hate her with my life. She does not leave the lizard alone. Oh boy, yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Tawny Frogmouth, beautiful scoops. Thank you for posting. Yeah. A halation effect. It says feeding the waterfowl at a local lakeside. Sweet corn and sunflower seed hearts. Never bred. Very good. Halation effect. Yes. They need nutrition, not just, you know, not bread. They need protein and they need fiber. These are, of course, Branta canadensis, the Canada goose, and there's some goslings. Oh, that's great. I really like Canada geese. Oh, and there's some mallards in there too. Yeah. In many ways, I think an underappreciated bird. Yeah. So cool. Such neat animals. And thank you for feeding them well, Halation Effects. Paleo salute to you. And Halation Effects says, I think there's an Egyptian goose lurking in there, too. Egyptian goose. Oh, yeah, there we go. Right in the center of that photo. Right here. Egyptian goose. Good eyes there. Nice. Very nice. Yeah. Egyptian geese living in a pond near where I work. Very cool, Pimp Cat. I think there's some that live in Lake Merritt, too. Not too far from where I live. Zushi Cat says, went on a hike with an old friend, and something we definitely did not expect is to see 4 little Saker falcon chicks. I think only 3 visible. And a hole on the small castle that was our hike destination. We even saw the parent when we left the place. Sadly, my phone did not have a great enough lens for it, though. They are visible. Let's take a look. Are they right there? Very, very cool. That's so cool. Just making their home in this castle here. Pretty neat, Sushi Cat. Pretty neat. Here, let's open this in a new tab and see if we can zoom in even further. think they're probably in here, right? Yeah, there we go. I see a beak. I see a fluffy body. 1, 2, 3. There they are. They're really well camouflaged there. They look just like the surrounding rocks. Their parents picked a good spot to raise them. That's excellent. Good stuff. Thank you for sharing, Sushi Cat. Excellent. Nothing more variant says, this is my bin. I don't know you. Is that a King of the Hill reference? And this, of course, is a black-crowned night heron. There's a lot of these in the East Bay area. It's the municipal bird for the city of Oakland, California. Yeah, black-crowned night heron. Excellent. There you go, Lee Lemon, exactly. Yeah. It's crazy just how much these birds can change their whole aspect by extending or retracting their necks. Black-crowned night heron. So they can look like this or like this. It doesn't even look like they have a neck. They extend it a little bit, or they can extend it really far. Neck. So out like that, or they can extend it even further than that. It's really cool how it works. Going from that to that. And sometimes they try and eat critters that are pretty large. So their throats can expand a lot, too. It's impressive. It is impressive. Anyway, night herons. They're a lot of fun. They're really neat. Anyway, thanks. Nothing more variant. Good stuff. Neverwinter says this is actually a scarlet tanager. Very nice. Parenga olivacea. But it's more orange than scarlet. It's a rare variant plumage that young male birds sometimes exhibit when transitioning to breeding plumage. This one was seen at Tyler Arboretum in Media, Pennsylvania. Or is it Medea, Pennsylvania? In May 2021. Very cool. Look at that rare bird there. Wow. Very cool. Very, very cool. Good stuff, Neverwinter, as usual. Thanks for posting. Sorry, it wasn't better focused. With passerine birds like this, I'm always astonished when I can get a photo of them at all. They move so fast. They usually don't sit for very long. Yeah, that's really cool. It's really, really cool. Mite Shiny says, not the best pick, but I've been getting rose-breasted grosbeaks at the feeder lately. Very cool. Just learned that they are part of the cardinal family. Well, well, well. We've been seeing more of these on Thursday Birds Day lately. But yeah, let's pull them up on the Tree of Life. Rose-breasted grosbeaks.
You should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
That's true, Black Cat. Thank you so much for the 3 months of support. I appreciate you, Black Cat. Thank you, thank you. Here, let's jump from the tawny frogmouth to the rose-breasted grosbeak. Here we go. Let's see if they're part of the cardinal family. There we go, right there. Fucticus ludovicianus. Huh. Got other grosbeaks here. Grosbeaks and saltators. That's a cool name. Saltators. Yeah, and they are part of... It sounds like the name of a store or something. Cardinals and more for all your passerine bird needs. Good stuff. Good stuff, Might Shiny. Good stuff. And again, there's the grosbeak right there. That's a male. That could be a female there. I'm not sure. But very cool. Very cool stuff. Bed Bath and Cardinal says Neverwinter. Yeah. And DeGruin Denethor has got this from 4:47 p.m. today. Well, welcome. This is so cool. At my entrance, I was noticing chirping close by, but couldn't see any birds until I looked upwards, and here they are. They're wanting you to feed them. They look like baby robins, maybe. It's a guess. Yeah, that bright orange, or bright yellow mouth right there.
Did you ever, though, have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking? I'm
No.
destroying. Never.
No,
Hi
glue is
there.
cheap.
Hi, Various. Thank you so much for the 2 months of support. I appreciate it. Hi there to you, too. Thanks for keeping me here on the air the past 2 months. Appreciate you. Tiny eyes plus a giant yellow V. Yes, indeed. It's the sort of image that just gets adult birds to, like, I gotta shove bugs in there. It just triggers that behavior, you know? Yeah. Huh. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. And then from Andy Rea, from a while ago, a cool sharp-shinned hawk got caught inside at work, and I captured and released. That's so cool, Andy Rea. Sharp-shinned hawk indoors. That's not where they belong. Get this bird outside. This is our final Thursday Birds Day post for today. Let's take a look. And that's how you do it. Yeah. Wrap them up.
Bye.
Let them go. Oh, that is beautiful. And what a lovely way to wrap up Thursday Birds Day there. Here, one more time. One more time.
Bye.
Phenomenal. I hope the sharp-shinned hawk led a long and happy life after this. Salute to you, Andy Rea, for helping out this modern-day theropod dinosaur. Good stuff. Good stuff. It is beautiful. It's just amazing. Love it. And with that, Thursday Birds Day is complete. Thank you to everybody who submitted bird pictures today. That's always fun. That's always fun. Let's check on our... Oh! Murph, 10 gift subs. Thank you very much for that, Murph.
Murph
Look at
is
this lovely
overloading the
Tinnamooper.
system with 10 gift subs.
Good stuff. I appreciate that, Murph. Thank you, thank you. Those 10 lucky chatters won't have to watch any ads. You've made this bird very excited. Get out of there. It's gonna be shoot. He'll be fine. Don't worry about him. Thank you, Murph. Appreciate you. Yeah. Good stuff. With that said, let's check on the 3D printer here real quick. Their baby leatherback turtle is printing. Be done in a few minutes. It's just got the these 4 flippers in the head, and then it's finished. Nice. Well, I've got a bunch of stuff that I've got to get together before I run a ton of errands tomorrow and get ready to leave for the field next week, early next week. We may or may not be streaming on Monday. I haven't figured that out yet. I might be leaving for the field as early as Monday. Or I might actually end up driving up to my mom's house and streaming from her place on Monday. Trying to get a head start on the drive out to Utah and then Wyoming. We'll see. We'll see. But I've got a ton of stuff to take care of, and all day tomorrow is going to be errands. Getting my tires rotated, and a vehicle checkup, and doing grocery shopping, and getting a haircut, and doing a dentist appointment. My first dentist appointment in like 8 years. Cross your fingers they don't decide that they want to reject my insurance like keeps happening. Wish me luck. And we'll be streaming again at some point next week. We'll figure it out. But till then, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and well, let's wrap up our stream for today and for the week. There's Archaeopteryx to run our credits over. Let's find somebody to raid here real quick. Don't go away just yet. We're going to see if we can continue the science this evening. Let's see here. Well, California Burbs is on. And holy cow, is there a bird just hanging out there in the middle? Is that a turkey? Oh boy. Raid. California Burbs. Excellent. Anyway, good stuff. Thank you to everybody in our credits here. First of all, our faithful and hardworking moderators, I appreciate you more than you know. I hope you're as excited for fieldwork as I am. It's gonna be good. Thank you to the new followers. Thank you to the raiders. Thank you to the subscribers and resubscribers and cheerers and gifters. Thank you, everybody, for helping keep me here on the air with your financial support. It means a tremendous amount to me. I really appreciate it. I gotta go get ready for fieldwork here. You all take care, and let's go see what California Burbs is up to. Let's see how many birds we can spot. See you next week, everybody. Take care.